You fucking waste my time, OBS. This is why you fucking suck sometimes, dog. You can't fucking compute. I know that we got some weird disk space stuff I gotta fucking fix, because apparently I'm in the red on my main C drive, but damn, chill the out. Fuck. I'm out here just trying to do shit, and you out here fucking randomly crashing for no damn fucking reason. Because I opened up TikTok. Damn. I didn't think OBS was that fucking fucked up. Brother out here being like, I hate fucking TikTok, I'm gonna crash. Bro, absolutely donk yourself, dude. There was no reason for that. It crashed. For no fucking reason. There was no reason it force crashed itself that fucking hard. If it crashes again, I've got to spend all my time today fixing my computer, apparently, because I'm running out of disk space, apparently, somehow. I don't know how, because there's nothing that should be touching my C drive, because I rarely use it. So if anything's touching my fucking C drive when I'm particularly making sure it all goes on non-C drive behavior, I'm gonna go through my add and removes as well, just to see if I can find any random loose fucking pieces of shit. Only the C drive. I found 106 programs, as per usual. Now what could be fucking running on here? Well, nothing actually is running on the C drive from what I can see here. It's probably some background files I have to check. Which means it's about time I have to do an annual flushing of my fucking computer. Because once my C drive goes absolutely fucking bonkers. I've got a bunch of redirects, but I'm pretty sure I need these redirects. Maybe, I don't know. Some of these redirects are for, like, particular things. I'm not gonna get rid of them yet. I'll probably get rid of them later. But I'm pretty sure I need these redirects for, like, my Zelda modding, so I don't want to get rid of them, but damn, that's crazy. I just can't believe TikTok was the thing that it said, yeah, actually, though, I don't want to work. Because we're taking up so much power, apparently, that because it was... what I'm assuming is... by the way, I've turned this feature off. If you didn't know, there's a feature on your Windows computer that loves to do one thing and one thing only. Randomly turn off programs that it thinks is taking up priority. Now, keep in mind, OBS is set to high priority at all times, so that it'll never do that. And for some reason, it decided it wanted this one motherfucking time to get rid of it and crash it, essentially. Because that wasn't a crash. That was it getting cut off. That means that Windows decided that there was not enough space on my computer, and thus, when the thing that's supposedly working, the thing that it should recognize is the thing it shouldn't touch, it touched. This is why I fucking hate Windows, and why I don't want to go to Windows 11, because everything fucking sucks there. Windows 11 is trash. Because if Windows 10 is absolute butt cheeks, then goddamn is Windows 11 double butt cheeks spread out with the ass blasting Kamehameha from your butthole. Sorry, anyways, I just got really annoyed because I don't normally have my shit crash like that. It pissed me the fuck off. I'm not a big fan of random things crashing for randomly no reason. Not my favorite thing in the world. So after stream, I gotta literally prioritize figuring out what to flush off my computer and make the very difficult decision, mind you, of basically soft factory resetting my computer, which will do a lot of not great things. Because unfortunately, when you factory reset your computer, there's a lot of extra headache that can happen from, like, a lot of my setup. Like, OBS, my setup gets destroyed, and all that other stuff. I have it all I have some stuff backed up on my other drives, but, again, that could just be very finicky and very difficult, so I gotta be very careful what I do. Least I want to have to go through the ever-loving crapping headache that is that exact thing. And it happens a lot, by the way. You have to factory reset your computer by default anyways, because Windows will slowly but surely absorb materials from your computer on your C drive. This is why you need a really good C drive. I'm talking at least a terabyte or more, because they love to eat random parts of your files you can't get back, and they already take a half a chunk of your shit. And I think it's really stupid. And I hate it. But I'm back, though. We're back. We're in it to win it. Hello, Opium. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I got really fucking pissed. Sorry, really fucking pissed. Fucking pissed as fuck. Fucking pissed. We're here now. We in it. We're here for it. We're here to do the fun thing. We're here to kick some butt. And choose some butt. Maybe on. Still, I'm just so surprised that the AI overview was able to straight up, just by typing in like TikTok and then my username, essentially, that it was able to give me some random AI overview of myself. What the fuck? What's this? Huh? That's not... What the hell is... VTuber shooting skills. What the fuck? Hello? What is this? It's an entire subcategory of, like, VTuber shooting skills is a subcategory on TikTok, I think, or something. I do see a lot of them with guns. That runs a possibility, but apparently there was something about me in here for some reason. Apparently, I don't see it. I don't know why the fuck it showed that off. Like, if I go to the search page, right, it shows, like, VTuber shooting skills, and then in abbreviations, highlights of Mizune Magnus on Twitch. Catch the best moments from me on Twitch. And then it just says, enjoy VTuber clips, and I'm like, what the fuck? What? What? Hello? Is there people... Do people do that? Is there... I don't think there's anybody who's ever done that. Because if you have, why haven't the hell you shared it with me? I want to see it. I want to see. Why are you hiding it? Discovered videos related to VTuber shooting skills on TikTok. So it's a whole subcategory where some person is, like, showing shooting skills? I guess there's a person out here who just really likes VTubers shooting the shit out of shit. That's crazy, though. That's crazy, though. I guess it was updated more recently, I guess. I have no idea. That's just crazy. Why didn't this person show me? I wanted to see. I wanted to know what shooting clip you were referring to. Somebody made a... That's crazy if that was real, or if that was just some made up bullshit for some reason and my name popped up in something. I don't want to fucking ego check my shit, but that caught me off guard. I was not expecting that. I like how one of my videos is right there. My videos do get mixed in whenever the word Magnus is in there, because that is my name, but still, it's definitely weird. I did not expect that. Huh. Well, I mean, it makes sense when I type exactly my name, but I'm apparently at the top of this list of all the Magnuses. Including Magnuses, this and that. Interesting. Oh my god. Well, that was weird. I have never played Vamp. I took the thing that says highlights of me on Twitch, and then the AI overview is like, these include clips and full-length videos from games like Ultra Kill. I have played that, to be fair. Vampire Survivors, which I've never played. I don't own that game. Where the fuck did you get that information? And VR Chat. Her content often features dramatic or hilarious moments with a variety of clips showing reactions, game-related events, and interactive moments with viewers. Is that... In recent clips in VODs from games like Ultra Kill, Parasitic 2... I have never played... What the fuck is that? What is this? What? I've never played this game in my whole life. I've never played He only has one hand. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? It's so funny. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. What the fuck are they saying? Dude, I think the AI is high as fuck, dog. I have never, ever had this moment, but god do I wish, dude. What the fuck is that? Dude, okay. So it gives you gameplay highlights because I put this in highlights of me, right? And then apparently I have to ego look at myself because I just saw something on TikTok. Somebody apparently showed highlights of my skills or whatever, and I didn't think anybody was watching me. That makes me nervous. Why didn't you show me? Wanted to see. Okay, so it basically gives like a rundown of like shit over here in this new highlight, and then it shows like gameplay highlights from the recent highlights, by the way. Recent highlights from clips and VODs from games like Ultra Kill, which is not very recent. Parasitic, which is also just wrong. And Vampire Survivors, which is also wrong. I've never played either of those. But then it just has, and then it shows older moments from games such as Amnesia, The Bunker. Wrong. It's Amnesia, The Dark Descendant, thank you. And that is old. Elden Ring, correct. That's from an old video of mine, correct. And Monster Hunter World, which is even older before I actually debuted as a VTuber. So technically, yes, correct. So they're not wrong, it's crazy. But there's this one moment called Funny and Memorable Moments. And let me tell you, I don't know whatever the fuck they're talking about. The first one is short clips with memorable reactions like the cursed uwu summoning of the Swedish chef from Amnesia the Bunker. What the fuck? When did that happen? I've never played that game and I don't remember that. I think I would remember that. I think I remember something like that, dog. That would be so fucking left field, dude. I'd be like, what the f? That shit's crazy. That shit's crazy. That's so what? Hold on, I gotta show this on stream. Also, hello, Lazy Sloth. I gotta show you guys this. It's so weird. I have never played Amnesia the Bunker. Is it just trying to predict something? Is it predicting the future? Because God knows I've never actually had that happen. Check it out. This is what they told me apparently is something that's happened in some of my YouTube or my clips. Apparently, I have had this weird cursed uwu summoning of the fucking Swedish chef. What? And then followed by another one called the cursed Mad Tongue Albrecht fight. What? I don't remember this either. I don't remember either one of these. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what this thing is talking about. The one that does make sense are the two clips that are ironically legitimately true. Very old, which was the Among Us stream that I did called the Big Brain Plays, where I juked everybody and actually caused everybody like the I'm sorry, I just saw something my brain just said and then immediately showed me where he got that from and I said, oh shit, you're right, that actually did apparently happen. I guess I did write that. Huh. I don't play War. What? I'm sorry. So, other than that, it's humorous interactions from clips such as the VR chat titled, "What is this bit?" And game-related funny moments like the Among Us Big Brain Plays and clips, or the plate up, haha, funny frog takeover clip. What? Are you talking about when I played Minecraft and I put frog heads over two of my ex-friends? Because it was funny? It must be getting it from somebody else's clips too, because there's another person called MISU clips. Which they might be getting me confused with somebody else too. Because I swear to God, that has to be their clip. Because I have never played Amnesia the Bunker, nor have I ever really gotten that far in Elden Ring. It's just a weird-ass thing for them to be like, oh yeah, can you just imagine, I've never played Amnesia the Bunker, and the first thing to tell me is that I had apparently one of the most memorable moments of all time called the cursed uwu summoning of the Swedish chef, and I literally just sit there and I go, that's never happened before, and I do it, because if it did, I would be laughing my ass off. Because I think I would remember that. Another thing, it's a series of events. Videos are specifically the quest for P in Ultra Kill. That's a real thing that has happened, apparently. I see it right there. I think. Maybe. I don't think that's me. I think that's somebody else. Which would make sense. Because if you take the word Magnus, that might be somebody else. Because I don't think I ever did that. I played Ultra Kill. I think I remember doing other things. I don't remember. Quest for P, I think, is somebody else. And then I think Warcraft Wednesdays. I don't play World of Warcraft. I will not touch that shit with the 10-foot pole. I'd rather die. Especially because OnlyFangs are a thing, and those guys are all fucking cringe lord losers. I hate with a burning passion. Because they're all just big fucking baby 30-year-old plus dudes running around acting like they're still in high school, screaming and shouting at each other and fucking causing wars between each other for no reason other than the fact that it's just like a content house it's a content house within the actual game. Yeah, I seriously think they took it from some other people too, because I'm really confused. I think it's somebody else. I think it's somebody else. Because I'm just like, I don't remember any of that shit. You can't make that shit. I never done that before. Also, apparently Magnus is also a chess player. There's a chess player called Magnus. Which is funny. Oh yeah, you're my best friend. Oh, I remember that. I'm gonna play this game again.
You're my best friend.
Oops. It's getting shot at. Bro, that was such a weird thing to, like, see the AI try to, like, sum up who I am as a person. Like, the first one, they called me cringe as fuck, and I said, fuck you. Asshole. What an asshole. It was funny, though. It was pretty fucking funny, though. I just was not expecting it. It was funny, though. Shut up, me! Didn't ask for your opinion. Whore! I miss playing games with people. I keep saying that. I don't know, I'm just a lonely type. I like playing games with people, but my brain's like, I want to play games with people. What happens if I just put my name? Wow! Okay, that's crazy. If I put my name in, not only does my YouTube come up, immediately my Twitch comes up, and then my YouTube comes up again, and then my Twitch comes up again, and then my Fansly comes up. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. What the hell is this? Twitch clip downloader. Apparently my clips are in clip R? Huh, I guess so. I guess every single one of my clips, including my recent broadcast, which is right now, clip R. Never heard of this, but it's here too.
Hello there.
Hello. That's just crazy. All right. I did not know that my stuff would be available and all that other stuff. That's interesting. Oh my god. Oh my god, I forgot about this Twitter. It's the old Twitter. Oh my goodness. During a time like this. All I can say is, damn, that's crazy. Anyways, I was just so fucking flabbergasted. Because I was like, what? It shows all my stuff. Why is it in a different... It also shows my shit in other languages. Oh, there's my Rule 34 page. Awesome. What number is this? The third result. You'll lead to my Rule 34 page. That's awesome. And then another one. Oh. There's a film called Magnus. I didn't know that. Wait, somebody had to upload this, didn't they? Because this is not the original place. Oh, I hope to God I don't have that on stream, because that would be fucking unfortunate. Could you imagine? That's how I get banned. It's odd. So one of the things was somebody took one of the photos. I guess they really just liked this particular fucking photo for the Rule 34 page and just sent it off. What? That's crazy. I did not know that. I did say it was free game to make Rule 34. I did say that. That statement did not fucking change. It's just I was not expecting someone to re-upload one of the Rule 34s from from one of the main pages to just another website. That was surprising. Here too. Can I just say that alright? Every time I look up my name and then almost every page afterwards is just porn! It got put on so many different random websites I've never even seen before. And it's always the same one! That one just hit hard, I guess. What? All I'm saying is, damn! That's crazy! There it is! I'm sorry. It's just like 5 out of the... No. 3, 4, 5, 6... 7 out of the 9 pages have Rule 34 pages on them. That's crazy! And then at the fucking 9th page is my goddamn Twitter. You didn't put that first?
No. We must go through the appropriate amounts of R34 before we see your Twitter.
Oh. Good to know. Was not expecting that. I'm just saying.
Guess it's non-stop nut November.
No. Huh? Another website where my shit got put on. What? Wow, that's crazy. There are people putting the main page art somewhere else on other things. And you didn't tell me? Huh? Another one?
That happened 9 months ago! It was 9 months ago! There's at least 89 results! What? What? That's crazy! That's crazy! People are putting them all over.
Sorry, I saw something I didn't want to see. My retinas have been burned. I was like, stop! I'm just saying, it's all 34. What the fuck? The hell is this? What the fuck? Wait, who the hell is this? 9 years ago? 9 years ago? Why the hell is my name there? What? YouTube, what are we talking about? Huh? What? It's just some guy playing fucking Star Wars Battlefield. Why is my name there? It has nothing to do with that. Is that just showing my video on the sidebar? Within the YouTube comment? Are you for real? That's crazy. What? Yeah, there it is again. It's somebody's channel. Somebody's random fucking channel full of shit. And then it says, go to channel, welcome to the Underdark. What's that? That's not its name. And then it's me in my video. In their description. For their fucking video. What is that, YouTube? That's so fucking rude. It has nothing to do with me. That's crazy. These are other... That was 1 year ago! That's another 1 year ago! Why are my videos popping up in the fucking little page that describes what the shit's going on? It's always the Underdark video! It's always the Underdark thing! What? It's... what? I'm so confused. It's the Underdark video again! What is going on? Plays GTA? There's my video again! Windows be messed up, lol. What the fuck? What is happening? I'm so fucking flabbergasted by this. I have stopped to actually not play the game for a second because I'm so damn curious how the this even happened. It shows like the sidebar videos in the description tag section of like the link, which is not what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to have some information, usually the description of like the description of the video or something, but it should never show you the other videos on the sidebar as like the main thing it's doing. That's just really weird. That's crazy. I got it, just roll 84! Alright, we're making this a bit. You know what? I'm making this a bit. There's so many places on Route 34. I want every person. I don't care if you take it from the original page. I don't care any of that shit. Make new ones. Or whatever. Or do whatever. I want to see that when my first fucking result for just my name pops up, I want it to be Rule 34 at this point because it keeps happening. We're gonna put it at the front page, god damn it, motherfucker. We're doing it. That would be an amazing bit, by the way. No, don't nut. No nutting. You're not allowed to nut. Shove that nut back in. Go. Put that nut back in. Put the nut back in. And it just says hot content. And there's in the hot content tab, which means this is somebody's like personal category, I guess. And one of my things is in there. Neat. I'm just... What? 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 What does this have to do with me? It just keeps it's just all it's just and now we're just okay, we're free. We're freedom. That was the weirdest fucking thing I have ever kind of like gone through before. What did I just see? I typed in, okay. I just want to say something. I typed in, okay, so look, I typed in my name, right? And then I typed in VTuber, just curious to see how it would play out. And then the first few results were the wiki. I don't think I have a wiki, dog. I'm sorry. 2, my Twitter, my Twitch, my model, my face. Oh. You guys are curious about my face now, are you? Huh? What are you gonna do with that information, huh? It's November. Why is it that the 5th result that I see is about my face? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why do you want to see my face? It's November! You're not allowed! Because I guarantee you, it's like, they have like a VTuber page or whatever the fuck. Let me tell you, I'm not on this shit. I don't know why the fuck I have a search result for a wiki page that doesn't exist. I'm not to that degree. You goober. God, do I wish. Because I mean, I made it. So that's just crazy. That's crazy. I don't know if that's just a mixture of search results for other things. What the hell are they calling me a talent? The fuck? I like how another result was my age. Like, I haven't said that before. Like, what's the age of this VTuber? It's like, man, I've already told you that already. But I love how I click on it, and you know what the first thing I see is the age of the VTuber, me, is not publicly available or disclosed provided search results. VTubers often use fictional ages or character lore, and talent's real-life age is generally kept private. Except when it's not, and I have already said that. But yes, I'm also thousands and thousands of years old because I've been trapped in hell for so fucking long. It's just crazy. I just was not expecting that at all. That was a really interesting, like, little fucking blast of just information I wasn't expecting. Like how the AI was actually giving me a rundown of my shit, and I was just like, what? That's fucking crazy. Wasn't expecting that. It was cool to see, like, it try to figure something out. That's still interesting. Just really crazy. Just wasn't expecting that at all. Look at all our cool fucking weapons still. Sure is laggy, probably because my computer's fucked up. So that's really fucking loud. Any way I can fix this? Technically, I could just go through the sound barrier thingy. Sound barrier? Break through the sound barrier! There, that ought to do it. Here we go. Goodness gracious, the game is running like poo-poo butt. Man, it doesn't normally run like this. And I think I do need to fucking fix my computer, because it does not normally run like this. I know it's grabbing shaders right now. No, don't link random boobs. It's not good for you. You don't know where those boobs have been? A bomb! Yeah, that's about right. 4 big guys. That guy's got something on his head I want. A bomb. A bomb. Hey man, what's up? Get fucked. I got a silver vocabulary horn. It's a large horn with a unique fluorescent on the tip. It's sharper than it looks. Attach it to a weapon to vastly increase its attack power or cook it into something else. Cool, I don't know why it's got a dingle-dongle on it. It's got a dingle-dongle. I hate dingle-dongles. Yeah, this doesn't normally run like this badly. I've tried everything already. I don't know what else I could do to really fix the actual poor quality other than having to figure out what on my computer is acting like a little bitch today. Let's maybe try this. Well, that helped a little bit. I mean, the frames are still around the same, but they're not choppy bad. Which means it's getting the resources it required. Oh, what's that? Kick. Oh boy. Yeah. Sure is quiet around here. Oh, look, more bokoblins. So, we still got 2 regions to go to. We got the region of the desert, and we got the region of the, yeah, we got the region, the wind area. Which was the first area they wanted us to go to, by the way. That's the first area they want us to go to. What the fuck was... Sorry, I'm gonna go make fun of my roommate real quick. I'll be right back. They're these short commercial messages. There's no commercials, by the way, I'm lying. I don't run ads. I could, but I won't. Not now. Hello. I am here. I'm back. Sorry, I went to go make fun of my roommate for doing the weird, but he's looking at the thing for like what got announced for the, I think Kirby Air Riders game, and there's a particular set of stuff he's looking for, like a particular character whose name is very weird. So that's what they said, and I thought it was funny. Hello. Okay. Also, hello, Keel. Welcome. We are back. We are here. We are doing our stuff. Now, I could do one thing. I could grind for... How many Poes do I have available at the moment? A single Poe. I should go back to the starting area real quickly. And the reason I want to do that is because I want to go and see... Go! You know, sometimes I miss the Master Cycle. And sometimes I miss the, When the hell did this get here?
Yeah.
This is a crystal refinery. To produce 2 energy wheels, it'll require 200 crystals. Is that acceptable? Sure. Please wait. I broke it. Oh, you beat. Here you go. Small part of the crystallization charge increases the maximum energy that can be stored in your energy cells. I would enjoy further visits from you. Sure thing. I guess that's just staying here now. Alright. Quickly. The Master Fist. They're beating Ganon over and over. The fists of the hero absorb the power of the Triforce. So it is now more than enough. The Master Fist. I shall beat you with these hands. We'll need this. We got plenty of nice items here on sale. Whoa, the Keyblade. And there's the Ultima weapon. It's which Ultima weapon is that from? I think that's the ultimate weapon from Birth by Sleep in particular. Honestly, I think the Birth by Sleep one is the shittiest one. I'm not even gonna lie, I think it's like the shittiest variant. I think my favorite will always be Kingdom Hearts 1, just because its sword design is so mystical and clearly manufactured Keyblade design that looks really nice. And then Kingdom Hearts 2, everybody's kind of favorite video game, and I think it's not that good. Everybody claims it's the best of the Kingdom Hearts franchise, and I just argue no, it is not. It is an okay Kingdom Hearts game. It works just the way that it's supposed to work, and it plays fine. I think that a lot of people who argue that Kingdom Hearts 2 isn't floaty, you're wrong. It is floaty, and that's the major issue that I have with it, and Kingdom Hearts 3 is the same way, but there's a little bit more oomph in it. That's why I actually like Kingdom Hearts 3, and everybody who's like, Kingdom Hearts 3 is trash, it's like, you're just wrong. It does so much while also allowing for closure, and it's designed really well, and it's fun. And even though it didn't get the things that it should have gotten with, like, Final Fantasy characters and all that other stuff like we usually do, because of Disney and all their fucking demands, I totally understand that half of it and why that's frustrating, but to devalue what Kingdom Hearts 3 had to offer with its insanely great mobility tools, it's taking everything from every other version of the game and going above and beyond with it, and it being just generally fun to play. I mean, yeah, the worlds weren't exactly all that thought out, especially the Frozen world, which everybody knows is the most infamous world of all of them, right? Because that world's infamous as fuck. And the only reason it's so damn infamous is because of how bad it is. Because no matter how you look at it or chop it up, the fucking Frozen world is the most linear world, even though most Kingdom Hearts levels are pretty fucking linear. It just really exacerbated the issue about being linear. And I think a lot of people don't understand that being linear isn't the problem, it's just how there were other things to do outside of running up, running down, running up, running down, running up, running down, running up, running down. There were things to do, and I think a lot of problem is that the Frozen world definitely just felt like it was forced to exist. Because so often did I find that version of... So we need 300 Poes, by the way. So we're gonna go do some Poe grinding. Now you're probably wondering, why the fuck am I gonna go get the Desert Eagle? It's funny. I tried it out on a boss, just out of curiosity. And it legitimately one-shots anything in the game. And no matter if you have infinite durability or not, it will break, because it is set to 1 HP. And, you know, 1 HP as its base value, you can already kind of guess that it's just gonna break. You know, because you can't infinitely repair something, because I think that the thing that makes the durability always stay at, you know, when you hit something, obviously, probably so the game doesn't crash, it keeps the game, it takes down by a single point, so that's why it still breaks. Interesting enough. Hello, Lichen. Welcome. I really, really like, Tears of the Kingdom. I really like, playing these games and stuff like that. I love going through this world. Whenever I'm alone and I kind of feel like, you know, a sense of, like, I don't know, like, there's a part of me that it gets really, like, sad, because I'm like, I really want to play games with people, and I don't really get invited to do things very often, or, you know, I just don't really have a whole lot of people I interact with these days. It's very rare that I can even interact with the friends that I do have. What's up? Whee! So, whenever I get, like, that really sad feeling, I just love to just play Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, because they're very fun. And I could spend hours on them and just exist. Why do you have that crude hunk of iron on your back? Because it's cool as fuck. And I can carry it, because I'm the fierce deity. And that's my job. Just to always carry a bunch of very annoying things. Besides, we're just going poe grounding. Surprised you could parachute with that 400-pound thing? Well, this parachute's kind of magic because it was given to me by the King of Hyrule, who was a ghost who was using it first. So I think the magic properties of bullshit kind of keep it from falling under that line. Also, I was going to try to get every single area lit up in this area, but I actually found out that it does nothing. There's no reward or secret boss or anything for getting all of the lights in the Underdark turned on, essentially. All it is just get you a little badge that says, hey, look, you did it. And I'm like, wow, that's lame as fuck. Why would I spend hours going to every part of the map doing that one thing when I could... Oh, no. Whee! Beyblade, Beyblade, let it rip. That was neat. You know what's funny? If you let them eat that, it'll despawn, and it'll go into their stomach, and you can get them back. I found that out. So, ow, you son of a. You know, maybe in hindsight, doing a fucking amazing fucking front flip into a fucking skeleton while there's a bomb in front of me wasn't exactly the greatest plan. To be fair, I didn't see that bomb until it was far too late. I was like, oh shit, there's a bomb. I'm dead. I know, I know I'm talking at the top of my head, but that's kind of what I do. So I do apologize to people if you hear me talk about something, you're just like, wow, that's sad, you know? Another Tears of the Kingdom playthrough. Oh, I haven't finished my first one yet. I just stopped playing for a little bit because I had a bunch of other games I was playing. So, at the moment, we're getting back into the swing of trying to get this game finished so that we can go back and do another Breath of the Wild playthrough. From the start, where I'm gonna do, like, a whole thing where, like, I'm gonna edit it and do, like, anime stuff and whatnot with it, just for fun. But, also, welcome. Sigil, welcome. I know it sounds weird for me to talk about, like, really big things, and as I always have to mention ahead of time, it's never directed at anybody. If people start thinking I'm directing stuff at them, I do apologize. It's not directed towards anyone. I just speak what's on my mind because that's just kind of how I am as a person. I just kind of talk about things that are on the top of my head, and sometimes that's not always the greatest thing in the world, and I acknowledge that, but again, it's just something that just kind of happens, and it just is something that I kind of just do because I like being honest. I don't like to sugarcoat or hide things from people because I feel like it just lessens the impact, and it makes me feel like I'm trying to put on a mask just to be able to do something when I'm not exactly feeling optimized to do so. So I like to talk and be honest with people because I think the most important thing as a content creator is to be honest. Because if you're honest and upfront, then you have nothing to hide, right? Because I think a lot of times that what bothers me about content creators is they have a lot of skeletons in their fucking closets that they just don't want to ever be exposed. Because they make a mistake, and instead of owning up to that mistake and being mature about it, and, you know, developing and growing as an individual, give me this worm. They would rather instead just, they would rather just not have to worry about, like, ever dealing with it. I mean, just look at it like Miskif, for example. And it's my Miskif is my biggest example of exactly that problem that I tell people about all the time. That when you wear a mask and you run yourself on lies, right? And you run yourself on misconceptions, and you don't really want to, like, figure those things out. Like, again, another one is SK. I love SK, don't get me wrong. But SK had a problem where she thought that an individual was being transphobic to her when it was not the case. And if he said, like, dude, if we just talked it out, you know, it would have easily been squashed. Like, that was not the case. That was it was a miscommunication. Because the biggest problem with content creators is that your words have power. When you're a very popular content creator at a certain level, you will inevitably have influence. Oh. Goodbye. Oh, hey, what's up, man? You will inevitably have influence, and it's weird because you shouldn't. Also, there are some content creators who are just flat out fucking evil and continue doing horrible things repeatedly. Yeah, I mean, Johnny Somali is a very good example of that. He's a fucking idiot. He's not only is he an idiot, but he is a bad person. He does horrible things, and he's finally getting the just desserts that he has so rightfully deserved. Being, you know, like, when you fuck around long enough, you'll inevitably find out. Whether you want to believe that's the case or not, you will eventually fuck around enough to find out. Ah, yes, the Golden Goblin. The man who decided that he felt like he could do whatever the fuck he wanted, and it didn't work out for him. Eventually, fate just turned upside down and fucked him in the ass. As it should. No one should be getting away with the things that they do when you do something stupid. I would want to be held accountable for things that I have done. I think that's just important. And the difference between, like, in general, right? For content creators and stuff like that, is owning up to those mistakes is more important than making the mistake. Because, yeah, if you make the mistake in the fucking first place, right? Like, you could prevent the mistake from ever happening. Correct. People are right about that. Like, if I never made those mistakes, then this and that. It's like, well, yeah, but the problem is that people are human and everybody makes fucking mistakes. It doesn't matter who you are. You know, there are some mistakes that are just irredeemable, obviously, because it just shows the type of person you are. Like, if you, you know, basically try to touch a lady inappropriately while she's, oh, I don't know, maybe drunk as fuck or something like that, which has happened a lot as content creators, apparently. A lot of content creators have been doing this shit. I just don't get it. Whoops. I don't get it. That's just creepy, that's gross, and that's just not cool. I don't care how much of a depraved and lonely bastard you are, and how much women don't want you to be around them, or you don't get to touch women. You just exude creepy aura. Maybe instead of being the creepazoid that you are, maybe actually being a better human being and actually being a decent person in society, you know, and having a good personality will give you a sense of aura. And I know using the word aura is fucking wild as fuck, but I legitimately believe that there is a vibe somebody gets. You know what I mean? Just started Tier 16 a few days ago, while I was only allowed to use weapons that have a fuse that makes them deal elemental damage. Decided that sounds for fun. Miasma will be a better description. I mean, yeah, that's for those guys, like those bad people. It's a hazy, disgusting, filled mess. It stinks. It's gross. They feel nasty, and it comes off as like it comes off like Ganondorf's gloom or malice. It's just clearly just disgusting and evil in nature. And it makes sense that people don't want to be around those types of individuals. Because you creep them the fuck out. And that's kind of the end of the fucking story for you. You creep them out enough to basically not want to be around you. You're scary, you're gross. You do weird things, and you get what you deserve. It's funny because I talk about this all the time. No one is shielded from criticism in my eyes. I don't care what you are. I don't care if you're a man. I don't care if you're a woman. I don't care if you're a political figure. I don't care if you're God himself. I don't care if you're the best priest of all time. I don't give a fuck what you are. I don't give a fuck if you're trans. I don't give a fuck if you're gay. I don't give a fuck if you're straight. I don't give a fuck of who the fuck you are. You all get exactly the same treatment, because guess what? In the end of the day, we're all human beings, except for God and the devil, but that's just because I just don't care. And I'm the devil. I'm Satan, so, you know. Obviously, I'm gonna be a little biased towards God, but... You catch my drift. Everybody deserves to be, you know, seen in the same light. If you fuck up, you fuck up. Recently there was something about, yeah, there's a female streamer, female Asian streamer, I believe. She sexually assaulted 2 different men. One of them, whoa, buddy, that's just not even close to being able to be defended. And yet they defended her. They only gave her a day ban. I hate this stupid fucking tree. They gave her a day ban, essentially. And then when people said, no, 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 you're gonna give her a longer ban, she should be perma-banned because sexual assault is a crime. And people are like, suck it up, they're men. I'm like, no, men get sexually assaulted as well. And a lot. I argue that men get sexually assaulted more often, in my opinion, because women can get away with it very easily. Because of how we are as a society, we treat men being assaulted as a joke. And I hate that with a burning passion. I think that's just stupid and dumb. And if anybody argues, well, suck it up, you're a man, you should get over that shit. You're a fucking bitch and a pussy, and fucking just shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, you fucking mongoloid. You're an absolute waste of fucking time. Yeah, she would later get a week ban and then make a whole stream about how she was basically making fun of all the people that got mad at her for doing what she did. And it pissed me off to no end. It's the reason why I don't stream on Twitch solo anymore. I do multi-streaming. It's one of the biggest contributing factors to the reason why I started multi-streaming. Because I don't condone Twitch's actions, and I think that instead of, I'm not even partnered, so why the fuck do I care about being exclusive? Like, I made Twitch the streaming platform because I wanted to separate my types of content. But then I realized I could still do that even though I multi-stream. And I think multi-streaming has been the best thing for me ever since. Our TikTok numbers are the highest that have ever been. Like, I think I get more followers on TikTok via, like, live streaming than Twitch or YouTube in general. And honestly, TikTok, not right now, because TikTok is kind of dead right now, but usually TikTok are the first people that tend to chat a lot and hang out a lot. And then YouTube as well. Twitch is kind of a random up in the air, people join or not. And of course, not a lot of people stay on the Twitch side. Usually either they're Oshi, like your Kami Oshi or your favorite streamers, most likely streaming and stuff like that, so they switch between different streams or stuff like that. So again, Twitch, on Twitch, you're fighting for space. On YouTube, you're fighting to be recognized and to keep their retention. And on TikTok, it's literally all of those things combined. I've had a female lawyer joke about molesting men, particularly men in uniforms, to my face, and I think I was overreacting when I called her out for it. It's like, yeah, people do this shit all the time. I fucking hate that shit because I think it's grounded in stupidity. It's grounded in people not wanting to take accountability. It's grounded in a toxic masculinity mindset that is filled with people believing men don't deserve, like, love, sympathy, that they don't deserve, to be treated kindly and shit like that, that they deserve only to have to deal with all the bitter hard truth and just work hard and just accept everything coming their way. You know, an olden day mindset from, like, the fucking industrial period where the man was the man of the house type of shit. And you can still see that fucking problem to this day. Like, my roommate, one of them, not both of them, but just one of them, is very grounded in very religious, you know, Christianity. They're a Christian, and I respect, I keep doing that. Hey, man. You know, it's grounded in the, like, he believes so hard that he wants a house, like everybody else. I think we were basically kind of soft groomed, and I hate using that word, by the way, but it's kind of true that we were softly groomed as kids to believe that men needed to be stoic individuals who feel no emotion, hold in all their emotions and bottle them up, suck it up, deal with the shit, and get the money, work a job until you fucking keeve over to make all the money for your wife and your kids and all that stuff like that. And that's the normal household. To have a medium-sized home with, like, 2 to 3 kids, a beautiful fucking wife, and all this other shit. And it was defined in such a mediocre and boring setup that was the only way to live life. And I hate that so much. I hate using, again, I hate using the word groom because it's such a, it can take away from the real meaning behind it. But it really does feel like that when you realize just how fucking stupid the idea of what they were trying to say. You know, with it, it's also based on people believing that men will eventually, like, what happens to them, and that they can stop at any time they want. Not all men are brutish strength individuals. There are some women that are just naturally stronger than men. That's another misconception I hate, is that men are just stronger than women. By normal jurisdiction, based off of muscle mass, muscle distribution, and etc., based on scientific terms, abso-fucking-lutely. Men are fundamentally stronger. But also, men have several other problems to deal with, like, if they do push back that woman, it's assault. If they fight against the odds, this and that. There's a lot of extra that's not being said. Like, they have to think about every single angle that goes into what they're about to do. They push a woman off. Oh, they assaulted me. They pushed me. They hit me. You know, if you're uncomfortable and express your uncomfortability, you're a pussy. What are you, gay? Are you gay? Are you gay? It's just like, no, they're fucking uncomfortable. Women being creepy, there's a word for those females. They're called femcels. They're fucking just as bad. They're disgusting. Women that treat, like, men like objects, it disgusts me. Men that treat women like objects are disgusting. People that treat trans women like objects for their sexual desires are also disgusting. It's just, it's not the person, it's the action. And I feel like that's where the misconception comes from, for me, is that people assume that only a select group of people can do harm in this category based off of their biased opinion. When, if you take it from a neutral's perspective and you realize that no, every person is fucking bad. Everybody's pretty fucked in the head. Anybody in the world can be fucked in the head. I just personally think that people don't recognize that anybody... It's like women can't harass men because men are stronger by nature. Thus, women can't assault people because of X, Y, and Z. And that's just blatantly fucking wrong. Time and time again is that fucking wrong. It's disgusting to even think. Like, men can't... Men want this. Because that's another thing, right? Oh, men only care about sex, right? That's where that comes from, by the way. That conception in people's brains to justify those actions. It comes from the idea that men love sex and only want sex, that they're just sex-craved individuals. I'll tell you one thing. No, they are not. And I have been with 3 separate men, and even though they're all not great people, the first thing I can tell you is, are they sex-craved? Absolutely not. I can tell you one thing, they were love-starved, for sure. And love-starved is loving them for who they are. You know, they just they want to cuddle most of the time. That's the big thing. They just want to be happy and stuff like that. And even though, you know, most of them were not exactly good people, and they did horrible things, there's a part of them that is understandable. It's like they're not... Only one of them basically committed a crime, and that's why there's a bit of a bad there. But when I say that essentially... You know, men, they don't just... There are just some men that legitimately are absolutely only about sex. They're like, I wanna fuck. You know what we call those guys? We call those disgusting creeps, incels, or like those fucking Andrew Tate followers, right? That's what we call them. You want to know why we call them the Andrew Tate type? Because that's exactly what Andrew Tate taught people to do. And it only care about. Women are nothing more than gratifications for men to be able to enjoy themselves because they're the breadwinners. They're supposed to make 6K figure, you know, a week. And that's it. They're not meant to have any fucking hobbies. They're just meant to get that money because women are fucking useless and blah, 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 and all this other 1,001 different things I could express to you. That was basically taught by this dork. And I think it's stupid. People should be respectful. No matter what no matter where you come from, no matter where you go, no matter what part of life you are, respect the person. Look, you don't have to respect their opinions, but respect that they are a human being first and foremost. Something, something, alpha male, something, something. Basically, alpha men are blah, 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 and this and that, and blah, 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 blah. And the entire theory about alpha males came from a study about it that was found to be untrue and actually very dangerous for the entire ecosystem about how that system works. Wolves do not work on a hierarchy of alpha males. There are no such thing as an alpha male, as most wolf packs are actually just their children. That's not even a joke. Most of the wolves in a pack are actually family. And eventually they move out onto their own. You can actually see that in horses as well. Men usually get kicked out of it for horses, though. To start their own shit. If you think about it, it's kind of crazy. The dad will then kick you out because he's like, I feel threatened. And then all that other stuff, and blah, 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 and it's just... There's a lot. And wolves kind of... They're just... It's a family-orientated thing, which is actually a much better understanding of what wolves are like. Basically, all the stuff that Andrew Tate tried teaching people were pre-existing traditional beliefs. Exactly. He tried to teach beliefs that were so outdated that it brought your grandmother back to life and then fucking killed her again. Because she was a fucking thought. We don't need your grandma, we need your granddad. Which makes it hella gay, but they don't want to believe it's gay. That's not like, Andrew, that's gay. He's like, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. That's not gay. What are you talking about? That's not gay. You're crazy. It's like, you sure care a lot about only dudes, man. You good? You sure it's pretty gay? It's pretty fucking gay, dude. Which is funny, because I always say that. It's just, I find it funny. Little Beat Canyon reference. This is fucking, I don't know, you sure like dudes a lot. Sure care about only dudes. You gay? What are you, gay? Are you gay? And the funny part is, nothing wrong with being gay. I just fucking hate it. I don't know what to say. I hate people that act like all these different types of things. I hate people, I hate the transphobic people, particularly because a lot of them don't really I don't hate them, if that makes sense. I don't hate people. Like, it takes a lot to get me to hate you. I dislike what they do. Hate's a strong word. I don't like using that word, technically. Didn't work. Thought I put my shield at. Oh, I did have my shield at. It's alright. I don't want to get the homophobia because, like, why do people care about what other people are doing in their beds and what they're doing with it? The reason why it's cared is because it stems from a tradition of Catholicism and Christianity and a mindset that of a generation where, again, the entire system was founded on that Christian, again, it's Christian belief. Like, men and women are the only true path to godlyhood, and anybody that's gay will go to hell, and blah 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 blah, and it stems from a fear of the devil. Realistically, most early days it was the fear of the devil, that people that were gay were, you know, being controlled and manipulated by the devil most of the time. And in a tradition, in a area where it was seen as wrong, in a world of people that in the industrial period really only had very, like, standardized families. Like, everything was just so typical. Yeah, you see here, we're gonna need my... Woman, I'm gonna need my breakfast. I'm gonna need you to hand me my delicious sandwich. What's that? This chicken's cold? Bitch, this chicken is cold. It's a Boondocks reference, by the way. It stems from tradition. It stems from religion and tradition and just an old mindset. There were gay people all throughout history. It didn't just spring, because people believe that being gay and all these other things stemmed from out of nowhere. It didn't stem from out of nowhere. It's always been around. If you pay attention to history like I do, because I love history, by the way. I go to historic... me and my mom's favorite thing to do when we're together, whenever, like, I hang out with her, is either go antique shopping or to go out to historical things like plantations and other things to learn about history and experience the history of the world, you know? And I think it's one of my favorite things to do. Going into the Bible, Saddam, and Gomorrah, you know, there's like the Gomorrah. I always say that wrong because I'm dyslexic as fuck. But like, again, there's just so much idiocy in the idea of just hating, because it's ironic, because if you follow the scriptures of the Lord and you realize that there has never been in the old scriptures, in the new scriptures, or any scripture realistically, unless super modern ones just literally now write, if thy is gay, then thy shall go to hell, which would just be manufacturing the Bible at that point, and that's just for a narrative, and that would look really bad on churches. And churches already look pretty bad right now. They're doing this to themselves, by the way. There's a recent thing where a lady was parked in in the church's parking lot really quickly to basically take a nap. She was tired, exhausted, she's homeless, has nowhere to go, and she has a car. And the church just fucking tries to they call the cops on her. And she's crying, and she's saying, you don't have to call the cops, I can leave, I could do this, I could do that. And she literally just wanted to rest. And it's ironic. Because as frustrating as it sounds, and as exploitative as it's gonna sound as well, did you know that the Church of Satanism, or well, the Temple of Satan, when the world's food stamp supply, you know, the food stamp problem came around, the fucking Satanist church was one of the first groups of people, if not one of the only groups of people, that were handing people food in need. I need to say this again. The Satanist temple, who worships Satan, me, hi, hello, literally, not metaphorically, literally, we're handing people food. Now, again, I told my roommate this as well, who's heavily Christian, and he's like, they're just exploiting them. And I'm like, yes, probably, you're not wrong. You're not wrong that there is a high chance that that church, or excuse me, that temple is exploiting people to get them to become followers of the Satanist church by making themselves look better. But then again, churches exploit people all the time. So, you can't really make... I always say this. You can't make the argument that they're just trying to gain new followers. It's been around since the dawn of Satanism and the dawn of Christianity and all that other shit. It's been around. People try to get people converted all the time, not because they're trying to save people, but because it's a reason to be bigger and better than something else. It has never been about the Lord. It has been about themselves. And no matter what people want to believe, it's always been about that. And I will not stand by anybody that tries to argue not, because it has happened time and time again. People need to understand that that is just, it comes with the territory. In today's media form, people do this shit for clout. Churches do it for clout. Remember, there's a guy... Inclusion of the word homosexual in the modern Bible was actually a mistranslation of the American Standard Bible in like 1941 and was called out by a clergy member in the church, but due to some laws, it was called, due to some laws, the change wasn't able to be made until at least a decade later, but it was just stuck because it took that long. Yeah, so basically, again, it's like, well, it was in the Bible. It wasn't in the Bible. It was wrong. It was, again, it was just wrong. Or mistransliteration. Excuse me. And it's ironic, right? When we say this, right? Just in case I need it. It's ironic when I have to say this. That people don't get it when I tell them that being gay doesn't matter. To God, if you follow the scriptures and you follow the principles of what God teaches... Again, I used to be Mormon, by the way. I know, immersion break here, but my family was originally Mormon. I know, fucking crazy, right? Goddamn. Ew, Mormons? Ugh. Why do you think I make so many Mormon jokes? Because I had to experience that shit growing up. That shit was a cult, dog. Dude, Mormon churches freak me the fuck out. They segregate people into their different age groups to basically teach them small fundamentals. God, is it creepy, dude. They segment you, and then they sit you down in this orderly line as children, in, like, this file line of not only your age group, but your height group, in such a particular manner. It freaks me out, man. I don't like it. How are you doing today? Hello, son, Zik, I think. Welcome. Sorry, for anybody new, we are talking about some very serious shit, just because it just kind of happened in our stuff. So, do apologize if that is not what you're here for. We're just having a good time vibing, and whenever I play games that are just really chill like this, a lot of times I'm gonna just start yapping, and I'll just yap whatever's at the top of my fucking head. So, users be warned. I'm gonna be yapping about some very crazy shit. Right now we're on religion, which is crazy enough as crazy as it is. Damn! Arguably, I'd say that consistently attempting and converting people into a religion that is actually church said religion to get more money, and therefore for the old crusty men who lead the churches to get more money. Usually that's pretty much the case. You know what's funny is so much of from my own personal perspective about churches and stuff like that, I have been in 3 churches that have had some serious problems. The first one was the Mormon church, and they're very awkward. A bomb. I missed. Hold on. A bomb. A bomb. Ooh, I got him! A bomb. No. No running. Could you imagine being this guy? Could you imagine being this fucking guy? Getting blown up this often? He's like, ow, 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 fuck, ow, fuck. I am being carpet bombed, help. Religion is a human social construct made to 2 reasons: controlling people and money. I think that there is originally religion was there, you know, there was a belief in, like, God, and I do believe the same, that there is something out there. I call it a higher power, realistically. I do think that there is a higher power out there. I do legitimately think that there are things out there that do exist. The universe is infinite. I say it, the universe is large and infinite. There is always a chance that there is something like that that exists. I'm not ruling it out just because I don't have evidence, because if I don't have evidence, then I don't know, and if I can't prove that you're wrong, then I'm not gonna say that you're wrong. I'm just gonna say that, well, we don't have evidence on either side, so whether or not you like to believe it, I do believe that there is potentially a higher power that does exist, that was created, or does create things, and gives these types of things. You know. And in the end, one of the major things that I keep telling people is, like, when it comes to religion, the Bible is actually a very good thing for people to know about. At least if you're already in that religious state, or even just moral lessons. It teaches you a lot about moral lessons, like respecting people. Respecting your fellow man. Which, by the way, even though it's olden language, right? It's pretty fucking gay. It's to love your fellow man, not your fellow woman. So that's kind of fucking gay, but you get it. It means to love the fellow human being behind it. I always use that single phrase as a way to piss people off that are, like, overly religious, that come at me for being who I am as a person. I'm like, okay, well, if you're gonna do that, well, and you use religion on me, I'm like, you know that the Bible literally states to love your fellow man, not your fellow woman, by the way, so that's technically gay as fuck. You're like, well, that's not what it's meant. It's like, I don't know, but you're using the words and olden text very literally, right? So if that's the case, then why can't I do the same thing? And they're like, well, no, and then they just have a hard time arguing after that, because they just don't know what to say. They just get mad at me and just say I'm wrong and that you're gonna go to hell. Usually. So, because they don't want to have a discussion. They don't want to talk, right? They cherry pick the fucking things that they care about the most to be able to do that. See, a lot of, like, Christian households, for the most part, like the overly religious ones, are not really actually caring about the words of God, because the words of God, and again, my mom is religious. My mom is, which, by the way, you want to know a little bit of lore about me? I'm actually half angel. Congratulations, you found that out. You want to know why? Because my mom is an angel. She struggled throughout her life, and I talk about this. She struggled through all her life being a child of the heavens, and her mother had met a mortal man that she fell in love with, and, you know, took her daughter with her, an angel, a natural-born angel, to the world below, to be able to live with them. And she was hurt and scarred beyond any mortal recognition, which led her to becoming very you know, she fell from grace due to so much pain and suffering. She inevitably met my father, who I claim is actually a devil. In fact, he's a war devil, one of the top tier. My father actually is one of the 4 apocalypses of the end times. Instead of being an angel, they're actually 4 dangerous devils. My mother, during a time of great despair and leading a life of sin, believing that her Lord had given up on her, and everything she's ever known she was given up on, fell in love, and then I was born, but I turned out to be more demon than I was angelic. And throughout my entire life, I was treated as a devil. Which, by the way, yes, I'm a shark. Turns out I've always been a devil shark. Devil sharks are a thing. How can I cheese this one? That's a good question. How do we cheese this one? What? Okay. What does it want us to do here? Can I have you? You sit there. No, no. You sit here. No, no. You sit here. No, no. Trying to figure out if I could cheese this. That's super far away. What if? Hmm. Ah. Alright then. Well, that worked. That was stupid. A bomb! Thank God I've been farming the shit out of bomb arrows. There's always a way to cheese. Just throw a bomb at it. It just takes a certain amount of force. What I'm assuming is the button actually requires a certain amount of force, and bombs have exactly the same amount of force that the heavy ball does when being launched. So, they just have the same force, which is exactly what is required. It's not that you need a certain heavy object, it's you need enough, like, momentum force to push the thing forward. Oh, the frames! No, I want... you know what? The frames, I don't want it anymore. Have I been there? Yes, I have. Okay. Let's see. What else do I want to talk about? Now, while I'm just kind of like zooming around the map. Oh my God, Jesus. My mortal enemy. Nintendo is so peculiar with the, about you preventing you from doing certain things in their games, but then have the laziest coding when it comes to skipping entire long-ass puzzles. Well, yeah, because they don't... Nintendo stopped innovating forever ago. They don't care. Remember, they're trying to sue Palworld into the fucking ground. It's not because they actually, you know, Palworld's actually done anything. Hell, some things Palworld has done, you know, definitely like some of their pals look like Pokemon for a fact, right? We know that. A bomb. 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 They don't see me. A bomb. A bomb. This bro does not deserve this. He did not deserve that at all. Boom, 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 boom. He did not fucking deserve that the fuck at all. Bro is just... Bro just sat there and he's just like, I guess I'm just fucking dead. Nice. And I restocked some of my arrows. Perfect. Just mad that they gave what the Pokemon audience wanted. Really, they did. You know what's funny? I recently got, like I said, I recently got back into Pal World, right? And I've been having a damn good time. Now, I don't play the game as intended, like, at all, even then. Because the one part that I dislike is the arc half of the game. And I know that sounds weird, right? Like, I don't like the arc half of the game. I don't like having to build 1,000 fucking conveyor belts and catch like 100 bajillion pals just to operate one whole system. I will literally cheat and add mods that basically turn off those functions and just allow me to just craft the base component, not give a shit, and just play the game. There we go. Which turns out to be really fun. I just really enjoy it. There are some crafting aspects I like to keep intact, but the PAL balls are the only thing mainly in the crafting of, like, the bases and stuff like that. If it was a little bit less taxing on what is required, because let me tell you, there are just so fucking many items required. You need, like, hexalite, and then you need, like, some fucking dingle-dongle light, and then dingle-dongly light alongside some carbon fiber and some fucking computer boards, and then some fucking cyber penises, and then, like, the cyber dragon dongs, and then you need to fuse all those components into crafting one component, turn that component to another component, and then make a whole system into a whole base dedicated to one component, and then another base to one other component, and then another base for another one component, to then go back to your base, to go back to building all those things to construction, because it's the construction base, and then you need another base for another thing. Bro, I don't have time for that. Like, I like the simpler Minecrafting, if I, like, style-ish. And I don't even do Cobblemon Pokeballs. I find them. I'm not a big fan of trying to do that. I don't know. It's just too much. Because I heard that Nintendo tried to take down the YouTuber Point Crow channel because he tried to make a multiplayer mod for Tears of the Kingdom, and they didn't like that. I mean, yeah. They probably wouldn't. What the f... Get off. What's in here? Oh boy, I need those. Like, it makes sense, though. Let's be real. I say this all the time. The major thing about playing mods, right, on Nintendo games is you have to be very careful. Right. Nintendo are looking for any excuse to take this shit down. And they have all the excuse in the world. It is their technical property. But they know they'll piss off the community very badly. And they don't want to do that. Because what Nintendo truly are afraid of is their ravenous community. That's the one thing that you can guarantee you they're afraid of, is that fucking insane community of theirs. Do one thing outside their box. Sure, there's a few Godsweat defenders on their side, but the majority of them aren't, and they know that, and they gotta tread carefully. The modding community is a huge chunk of their community. The Smash Bros. Community modded, stuff like that, and all that good stuff. You know, they gotta be real careful. At least they want to get fucked up. Dude, you have an amazing chin for a woman. Fucking damn, what are you, fucking... Mew-maxing? What the fuck? Holy. Tough, no wonder. You got all that tough stew. It blows me onto the trail of the great bandit Misako's legendary treasure. I'm following. It's near a cave here. Trouble is, the rumor wasn't clear where the cave was. Where else should I go? There's a recommendation for a good weapon and fuse combo. You just ice damage, dealing the horn to a feathered edge sword, then freeze the enemy and lower its friction, and then just blow them away. Nah. You know what's still to this day one of my favorite combos that you can do in both the games? You can do it in Breath of the Wild and this game. Take a pepper. Drop it. Here you can just throw it. Usually you would have to have like an arrow, like a fire arrow. Whoops. And then whee! You can actually fuse it onto a shield, and it actually worked just fine too. Funny enough. I love this combo. It's very funny. I think we should probably head this way and start heading towards that phenomena. Because I kind of want to just get closer to finishing it. Because we're basically on our way. I would like to have more health, you know, and stuff. I'd like to have like a lot more HP. But there's not enough mods to help clear that path, so I need more shrines. I almost have enough for one more health. I help him a little bit. He gives me food, usually, and I like the food, so I don't have to craft more food randomly. Because I'm not gonna lie, in the first game I was crafting food up the ass. In this game I rarely craft food. Just really, more than anything, I don't like crafting food in this game, unlike the first game, because, like, the first game, food was kind of, like, a really important tool. Here, there's just so many throwable items in the game that any tool that you could, like, peppers, like, is like one of, like, you could actually use fire fruit. You could use the lemon shock fruit as a weapon. You can use the splash fruit as a weapon. You know, so many of these fruits are designed for throwing, but they're also good for crafting, and they're good for other things. So, well, yes, I could necessarily use this to make food or make other cool items and stuff like that and combo it. It's just better to throw or turn it into an arrow to make fire, thunder, water, and, like, light arrows, essentially. And bomb arrows, you know? There's just no need to do anything else outside of, like, throwing your materials, which really destroys the balance of, like, wanting to cook. So you only cook what's absolutely necessary, and then you're just basically done. After defeating Goma in the cutscene where Yambo meets the Goron Sage says, "I'd like nothing more than to smash the Demon King." I too would like to smash the Demon King. Ganon is my husband, after all. I mean, what? Sorry. I didn't say anything. Ooh. And I'm not doing this because I told him to not do this shit. I told him that I'd be back. After a while, and he got huffy and puffy and got mad at me, and then he took it out on everybody else. Of course he's gonna be aura farming. Have you seen that man? He's hot as fuck. I would know. I would know. I always find it fun and funny that I really like this game a lot, and I do. Like, Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, I love them both for their own reasons. If I had to pick which one was better, I really couldn't decide. I like them both. I think both of them offer so many things. I think that the crafting system in this game is way fun. And when you turn off the durability, it makes it 10 times more fun. Got him. Be bombed. Yeah. Got him. Like, I don't know. I couldn't pick between the two of them because I really like them both. They offered unique experiences between the both of them. And with, like, the whole thing where I created my own story within it. That I was a soldier in Hyrule's during the war, you know, and stuff like that. And just as Link got chosen by a particular sword, I was chosen because I'm part of a clan that's dedicated to keeping the fierce deity sealed away. As he's actually not necessarily a force of good nor a force of evil. It would be too dangerous to keep the fierce deity not locked away during a war where they're already struggling. Thus, when I needed the power the most, I became the fierce deity in exchange for him basically taking over my body as an exchange for the power required to defeat the greater evils. And while I was dying, even though I had the power, he wanted to make sure his vessel was still alive. So after 100 years, you know, and being stationed near Link, just in case I would revive early, which I did, going off to meet, you know, and helping Link through his journey. As the Fierce Deity, which is why we had the Fierce Deity form, but during the inevitable events of this game, when Link was corrupted by malice, for example, or by the gloom, and his sword breaks, I try to help him. Like, don't worry, Link, I've got you. Yeah, and I come in and I try to hit Ganon. And I'm like, take this, and then he's like, my wife. It's been a while. I'm like, who the fuck are you? He's like, you've forgotten. Let me remind you. And then it's like, man, you're a lot weaker than you used to be. That wouldn't have hurt you at all. And I'm like, ow, what? And thus my original sword, which would be this one, at the end of Breath of the Wild, I managed to get this sword, which is an evolution of the Fierce Deity sword. You know, it shatters just like Link's weapon, and then I have to, the Fierce Deity sword just reformed itself into its original form, which would be this weapon. But somebody else had stolen it while it was basically had reformed, and I had to go and search for it again, because somebody's like, ooh, cool sword, I'll take it. I'm like, damn it. So then I had to go into a cave and find the Fierce Deity sword after finding my original Fierce Deity gear, the gear that I was, you know, originally bestowed before I decided to abandon that, abandon that ideal and principle, and blah, 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 and the Fierce Deity, in order to keep me alive, because look at my hand. Do you see my hand? I'm corrupted as fuck. To keep me alive, he had to sacrifice the remainder of his power and go into sleep mode, so I'm going back to my original design. Being human. And he was just like, I'll get my body eventually, but right now, I need to keep you the fuck alive, so don't die. And I'm like, got you. I won't die, maybe. No promises, though. I did blow myself up earlier today, so who knows? I just find it fun to create my own little story through mods. It's fun. And with the evolution, I realized that while the Fierce Deity power was very strong, I naturally was able to take the Fierce Deity powers and kind of make them my own. You know, like Super Saiyan God. We're taking the God powers and then it just kind of absorbed into it. That's why I'm able to hold the Fierce Deity Sword with one hand in the second game and have to use it two-handed in the other. I think it's just a fun, like, idea that I'm getting stronger than I used to be. And I'm just going around helping Link. Like, he's around and he's fighting and stuff like that, like, in the idealisms, right? He's here fighting with and stuff with... We're all working together. But it's just a funny idea that, like... I'm just working in tangent with them to do what we gotta do to save it again. It turns out that... It's just fun. I don't know, it's just a fun little thing. Just immerse myself in a dumb way because I'm autistic as fuck and I like doing that. I like to immerse myself in stuff I play. I like to play games that I can immerse myself and feel like I'm going on a journey. That's because, again, Okami is my favorite game of all time because I literally felt that exact thing. Okami is one of my favorite games, if not the favorite game of all time. And it's because I went on a journey with them. I beat that game all the way from start to finish. Well, well, well. Wake up. What the fuck? Get him! Fuck him up! Die! What a bitch. You even made a mess in this area, man. A toe. We got him. Man, I'm strong as hell right now. How many bombs do I have at the moment? I might need to farm more, because I know I'm gonna need bomb arrows during this segment. I have 4 bombs. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to the Underdark and farm for some more bombs. But I might as well get over there as soon as I can. That is a major component. I'm gonna get you! Damn. Got away. Time to go in this cave. I think I've already been in this cave. This feels oddly familiar. No, seriously, this feels really fucking familiar. Have I been in this cave before? I think I have. I think I've been in this cave. I remember those 2 likes. I think I've been in this cave before. So we're gonna keep going. Let's see. There's a few things on my mind I want to talk about, since I'm just kind of trying to breeze my way over to the next area. Yo! Let me think. I did mention earlier that I was really wanting to, you know, collaborate more, and I really want to, like, hang out with people more, because I don't really have friends to hang out with anymore. the people that I used to be able to hang out with, they don't really, like, talk to me anymore. I swear to God, I've done this puzzle already. I swear I've done this one already. Like, I do mean it. I feel like I've done this one already. But as I said earlier, I feel like, you're not going anywhere. Perfect. Just keep it from going too high, and then you. And then we need you. No. Stay like that. Perfect. Okay, and then you. But let me try to get my, you know, I've tried to solve a puzzle. You son of a bitch! You stinky bastard! Stand up for yourself. You stinky bat. Don't. Cool. Okay, now that I got the puzzle solved in my brain, I can talk about it. So, I talked about a while back that I really just like, I like hanging out with people. I like genuine connections. I'm not big on fake connecting, like, business transactions, if that makes sense. I'm not very big on those types of interactions, where essentially the only time you'll ever talk to me is when you are wanting to collaborate. Because I personally feel like I'm not a person that just cares about business as much as other people. I'm not super business savvy, you know, and I genuinely like when I hang out with people, I like to be able to know that I can that I'm making a connection. I like connecting. And as of recent, I really don't feel like I've connected with anyone, like, personally. I don't feel like I've really made any genuine content creator connections. I feel like I've only made business transactions, and it feels really bad. Like, at the moment, I feel like shit, and I feel like I've been taken advantage of, but not really, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not actually being taken advantage of between things, but at the same time, I feel like I've kind of really don't really like the way things have been going, and it's hard to be able to reach out to people right now. Because I'd like to try to collaborate with more people, try to establish some friendships and some bonds, you know, and actually, like, go through the content creation space and, like, actually meet new people, network and stuff like that. And, like, not just network, but really grow a connection, like, friendship-wise. Because, like, I keep saying, like, I really just... I really enjoy spending... What the fuck? Sorry, that shit hit my brain. I was like, what the fuck? Why are we acting like that? What? Just, it's like, shut up. It's just food. Damn, chill. Fuck. It's just a bunch of fucking fruit. Damn. It ain't that big a deal, dog. Holy shit. Like, it's hard for me to express this realistically. Like, it's very hard for me to really put it into words about exactly what I'm trying to say. But other than, like, a few of it's pretty self-explanatory, like, explanatory. Of what I'm trying to get at. What? How the... Alright, whatever. Don't know how that even... Like, when it comes to friendships, I'm very peculiar. Like, particular about, like, that stuff. Number one, I'm not very, I'm not very... How's the word? How do I express this without sounding stupid or accidentally saying something wrong? When I meet new people, I'm very hesitant because of the situations that I have been a part of. And people know, because I've expressed it plenty of times before about why I'm so peculiar about worrying about, like, people's intentions. I've been proven wrong every time that I think I'm making a genuine connection. And it's just a business transaction for somebody, or it's just somebody exploiting me for something that I have that they don't and they want. And then when I no longer have that to offer them, then they throw me away. Most of the time that happens a lot. Like, most of the time. Like, it legitimately happens. I think only a small handful of friends that I have to this day are very genuine because they're still here. Most people are fake, mask-wearing people, and while... I don't say that about everybody, because sometimes it just doesn't work out, you know? For most of the time, for early parts of my life, you know, it was very difficult with friendships. And recent collaborations for me have felt like... How do I say? Transaction-y is what I'm trying to get at. Not like it's a bad thing. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I don't think that I don't personally mind people wanting to be business-y friendships, quote-unquote. Like, they're business, like, communications, right? We don't hang out. We don't talk. We're kind of just existing together. We only hang out with each other because we collaborate with each other. That's the only time we'll ever hang out or talk. And I'm okay with that. But I'd like that to be clearly established, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? If you want to be a business, like, transaction partner, there is nothing wrong with that in my eyes. Thank you. I didn't mean that, but thank you. Like, there's nothing wrong with a little, you know, networking to basically have, like, collaboration partners. I personally don't see a massive problem with that. It's okay to do that, because, again, that's just networking. That's just how the system works in collaborations and YouTubing and streaming and business and all that shit. It makes sense. But I want people to be clear with me that that's what they're aiming for. Don't feel like... I don't like people trying to hide that from me, because it feels like they were afraid that I would, you know... It's a reasonable fear, right? Oh, I just want to be business partners, or, you know, business collaboration. Like, collaborating only because... you know, this and that. You know? Like, that's fine. For me, personally, I think it's fine. Damn, this music's loud as hell. Oh, help! Uh-oh. I don't mind a business transaction. I don't mind business partners. I don't feel like that's a negative thing. I feel like a lot of people making that out to be negative, you're just stupid. I'm just gonna say it. You're just really stupid. I understand, again, because I come from the same perspective, right? I would rather make genuine connections and friendships than making collaboration partners. But I understand why people do it. If you think that all people that do that are bad people, you're just stupid. That's just wrong. That's just objectively wrong. That's based in no fact, just opinion. And that's why I don't like that. I personally do not like having, like, just business transaction partners, if that makes sense. I'm not, I'm not a big fan. I've never really been a big fan of, just strictly business, like, transaction-y stuff, because, again, I care a lot about friendships. I like establishing those things. I like meeting new people. You live once in life, and I like to meet people that I could be able to interact with, if that makes sense. I would like to meet people that I can have a conversation with and talk and know that even when I'm not streaming, technically I can still hang out with them, and that, you know, I won't feel like I'm annoying them or pestering them, or I have to tread a fine line and make sure I don't say something so blasphemous, even though I don't know if it's blasphemous or not. No one will tell me. I am now very cold. And I don't think I have any cold... I got cold pants. That's not enough. I don't have anything. I just got pants. It's very cold. Yeah, I should have made something for the cold. I did not. I'm going too far. It's over here. Ow. I'm fine. Okay. I'm not fine. It's cold. Go! Ow. And, I've always cared more about genuine friendships, and it's very hard for me to make those genuine friendships because of, well, you really don't know somebody on the internet. As much as you would like to think that you can spend years and years with some of these people, right? And then just one day, you just don't know the person anymore, and you just realize you don't actually know the person you thought you knew. And I'm not gonna lie, it happens a lot. To me, like, a lot. I had a 7+ year friendship with multiple people. And when it was convenient for them, when they were just done with my shit, they made up a bunch of excuses to end that friendship because I got pissed off at them hiding shit from me, making excuses, and lying to me constantly, while claiming I would be doing the same thing with zero evidence when I pulled up the fucking receipts on them for that shit. And they just didn't want to look like bad guys in that situation because they knew that I would talk about it and being like, yeah, watch out for these things, watch out for these people, and blah, 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 and all this shit. Because I don't like people exploiting others for any reason. A lot of times the reason why they said don't talk about it wasn't because they wanted, you know, it to stay personal. It's because they knew that it made them look bad. They knew that it was just a bad look for them to be doing the thing that they were doing. They knew that wholeheartedly. There is zero, and I mean zero, way for them to, like, think about it in that capacity because they knew that what they were doing was wrong, and it took only one of them to really understand that. To come full circle, to come back and apologize, and it still wasn't exactly a full apology. It was more like an apology because it still looked pretty bad on their end. And even though I apologize for some of the things, because I own up to what I do, if I ever make a mistake, I apologize for it. Again, I originally thought they were just bad people, but they're not. They're just not exactly smart with making their decisions. And that's what led them to the thing that they did. At least that's what I think, is what, like, legitimately happened. They didn't realize that they made a lot of mistakes. Like, everything that they did, they played their hand wrong. Badly played their hand wrong, too. They were like, oh, goddamn. Oh, that would have looked really good if it was black hair. And they made those mistakes, and I don't blame them for making mistakes. I don't blame them for getting things wrong, or whatever, right? I don't blame them for having done things. It's hard to really know what to do in a situation, Because what I can basically glean from them, and what I can really tell them about themselves, is that they made a mistake, right? Basically, they made a mistake. They got mad, and they got mad because of particular reasons. Those particular reasons, while some being valid, were over-exaggerated to a unhealthy degree. They have a bad mindset on how to handle situations, and it led them to making a very bad decision. This bad decision led them to doing something very heinous, and instead of coming back and fully apologizing, they doubled, triple, and quadrupled down, and it took only a single human being in that entire group, by the way, to make any type of, like, apology. Ugh. You know? And while they didn't make the right choices, that doesn't mean that they weren't being human. People make mistakes all the time. That's what makes us human. That's why I don't... It was very emotional at the time when... You know... Again, what they did was basically traumatize me. Is what they did, right? And... them not even realizing them doing that, one of them apologized. The other three basically walked the fuck away and just left it as is. Because they tied their hands and cut it off. You know? I said, not my problem anymore. I did what I could. I did the right thing, and they moved on. And even when they probably, I know a good chunk of them realized that they fucked up and they said some really heinous shit because they were mad. Because I know them. I've known them for years. When they get mad, and they get so pissed off, they do several really dumb things. And I'll say it as it is. It's dumb. It's just immature. It's not how adults handle things. And they basically do this shit all the time. Their own friendships between each other almost ended because of the exact same thing, which is ironic because I helped them get through that, talk it out, and be reasonable adults.
There's a light bomb!
Hello! You found me!
I'm gonna drop this rock on you.
Bye-bye!
I'm going to smash you.
Ow! And again, I don't think that any of them are bad. Well, one of them, I absolutely do think. I'm not gonna lie. One of them, because they were my ex-boyfriend, they're a bad person. They're a victim mentality type of person. What does that mean? It means that they like to play the victim, and they treat themselves as the victim even when they aren't the victim. They basically use the, you know, I'm soft and I'm fragile and I'm very timid as an excuse when they do fucked up things and manipulate people. They do that all the time. When they get called out and try to get basically between people. They don't like being called out. They just want people to bend the knee for them at all times. And when they don't get that, you're treated as a bad person, a manipulator, a liar, etc. when you're just trying to have a conversation with them as two individuals. And it's shocking because, like, it's such an unnecessarily uncalled for, like, thing for them to do, right? They lied. They tried to double down on saying, like, defamation level things, essentially. And that's why that entire group is so hesitant about me talking about that type of stuff, is because if it got out, right, and they have apparently their own evidence of this entire conversation, it would come out as, well, I could take it to court realistically, because it is like, everything that they said was heavily defamation. It's so shocking that they were so willing to say the things that they do without even thinking about it.
It's not fair at all. You know I can handle it. Checking out that huge cloud wouldn't be hard. I could even do it alone. If we don't do anything, the village... Huh? Huh? Is that you?
What's up?
It is you! Link!
Sure. He's not all grown up, but he's grown up. Still a baby.
Link, they told me you were missing. It's good to see that you're doing well.
Teba! What's up, dude? It's very nice to see you again.
Do you remember my son, Tulin? He's grown taller. Though perhaps not yet grown up.
Well, maybe if you didn't treat me like a hatchling all the time.
As long as you still think you can take on the world by yourself, you'll always be my little chick.
What? You think I can't? I'm already I'm fully fledged, you know. I'll change your tune once I ace today's scoring trip. Oh, you keep wasting time treating the song of the Stormwind arc like it's real, but not me.
Listen, you! Unbelievable.
Tulin wanted me to let him go find what's causing the blizzard, and he's having trouble hearing no. He mentioned a song. Oh, it's an old folktale of the Rito village. Long, long ago, when we faced a different sort of upheaval, the village was saved by a great flying ship. Or so claimed the song that's been passed down through the generations.
It's a song for children, mind you. Few adults still parrot it as if it were true. Still, every now and then, you get reports amongst the Rito of a flying ship. Combine that with the blizzard caused by this upheaval, and it seems less far-fetched. There. Do you see it?
So a quick red circle pops up.
Even if the song of the Stormwind arc is just a child's rhyme, I suspect that there is something lurking high in the sky. But the air is so turbulent now that no Rito can fly close enough to look into it. This is why I said that we need to make careful preparations to find the truth. But Tulin, he thinks we can cling to that song out of he thinks that we cling to that song out of cowardice. But these are Rito matters. You came for some purpose, yes?
Yeah, I'm looking for Princess Zelda and...
What? This is terrible news. So then, not even Hyrule Castle is safe. If Princess Zelda's disappearance and the strange phenomena around the world are related somehow. We Rito would ordinarily love to contribute to your search. But this abnormal blizzard shows no sign of stopping, and food has grown scarce. Everyone I could spare is already out searching the blizzard or scavenging for food.
My husband hasn't even been able to leave the village much since becoming the village elder.
I wish there was something that I could do. Maybe. But maybe I'm not the one you want. You should ask Hearth. My friend Hearth has many sources of information, so he might already have a lead about Princess Zelda. You see 2 bonfires out that way?
Yeah.
It's a lodging near. There's a lodge near there. If you'd like to try visiting him.
Got it.
Wait, no, I didn't mean just jump, idiot.
Whee! Whee! So, again, the reason I talked about all that stuff earlier, about the whole friendships and stuff like that, is because, again, friendships are insanely important to me. I spent 7 years of, time with these people. I cared about them dearly. And when I inevitably came to, having that conversation with them, I will tell you that them telling me that I didn't care about their feelings and that I need to understand their feelings and that they treated me as if I was some sort of monster that they couldn't talk to stung so hard because at first I felt like it was true. It was only until other people around me that were outside of their sphere, for example, legitimately came up and said, no, that is weird, because that's just not the case. There were a lot of people out there that literally said, no, that's not the case at all. And, like, when that came through, and I heard for the first time other people outside of it, and other people defending me from that, did I finally realize that you have such a fucking weird-ass haircut. Tonight is gonna be the night when I fuck her cloaca. She's hot and she's got green feathers and I'm gonna fuck her shit. She's hot and I want her because I look really hot and I'm emo. Tonight. Alright, shut up. Yo, Hearth. I need to know some information, dog. So, you're looking for Princess Zelda. Sorry to tell you, but I haven't heard anything about her. Our feathers are full dealing with our more immediate problem. Everyone from the village has left to scavenge for food or to investigate the cause of the terrible blizzard. And the monsters harboring by the sky monsters that seem to be everywhere. They're spread too thin to deal with them properly on top of everything else. Sorry, bud. Wish I could be more helpful to you, but you know. Though, now that I think of it, maybe Tulin could help. Oh, right. You weren't around, but little Tulin has developed a way with wings that put the adults to shame. Even in the vicious weather, he patrols the skies and reports all kinds of useful information. His wind gust technique is something to see. None of the rest of us can even pull it off. Even stern Teba acknowledges that Tulin's skill is a cut above that kid does preen about it more than he should, but, well, it's worth asking him about, at least. Last I saw him, he was, at the guidance and blah, 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 blah. Up there. Got it.
Ah.
Find the bonfire at the mouth of the cave. There you'll find Tulip inside. Got it. And so, getting back to the conversation at hand, friendships are incredibly important to me because I prefer friendships over transaction. I prefer genuine connection over temporary, like, communication. Because a friendship can last 1,000 years. A true friendship is something above and beyond anybody's recognition. Real friendships are born from, hard work, dedication, and care for one another. It's born through so much. Yes. Burn, bitch, burn! But how do I put this in a perspective, right? Again, as I said, to reiterate properly, I care about friendships a lot. It's something that I hold dear to my heart. A friendship can go above just me popping in a stream and saying, yo, let's hang out and play some games, because I'll always have fun. If I enjoy hanging out with people, even if I'm not really your friend, type of thing, or we're not really friends, I could still have, like, acquaintances, right? And that's fine to have just acquaintances. You don't always just have to make friends out of everybody, right? But I think it should be clearly, like, understood. Basically, build a boundary. Say something. It'll hurt less people by doing that. If you don't agree with somebody or something that they said, then be honest about that and say something. I think that's, like, super important, and I think that people ignoring that really shouldn't. I think that if you ignore the fundamentals there, you ignore all of the things that could or couldn't be, right? Just because you're afraid that you'll be seen in a negative light, or it's not gonna work out, or this or that, or oh my god this, or oh my god that. There's all these things that run in your head. It's understandable. But when people meet me, the first thing that I always establish is that boundary. Letting people know, dude, tell me when something's wrong. Let me know, because that's the first thing I care about is somebody's feelings. I don't want to accidentally hurt somebody's feelings for no reason. Like, I'm not actively trying to stab at you. I'm not trying to hurt you and things like that. And people that treat me as if I do those things always stings the most because it shows a lack of empathy, it shows a lack of care, and it shows a lack of actually understanding. You don't actually see me, you see something else. Whether it's seeing me as a dollar sign, whether it's seeing me as an investment, whether it's seeing me as a perfect way to gain something, or whether it's just a way for, I don't know, Maybe I'm just entertaining. Maybe you just like me because I'm super entertaining. Like, I think you're, you know, like, oh, I think you're funny. Because that is a big one, by the way. That is a huge one. Most people tell me that I'm just very fun to hang out with, and they use that as an excuse. And I'll tell you as it is, that personally offends me a lot. Like, genuinely, it offends me. And why would it be offensive? It's a compliment. No, it's a backhanded compliment is what it is. It's not a real compliment. Oh, you're just fun to hang out with. Yeah, you know, the reason why we hang out with you is because you're fun to hang out with. Or, oh, you're funny. You know, you cure my boredom. Those aren't compliments. Those are insults. They're backhanded compliments. They're meant to be coded in a way that supposedly is like, well, the only reason we really hang out with you is because you're really just fun to hang out with. But, you know, you come with all these downsides and all these flaws and all these things that I just can't deal with anymore. And it's usually not me that they can't deal with. It's themselves not being willing to or equipped with the capacity to communicate or to be human or to respect boundaries. They don't have those things. They don't have the necessity and capacity to exist in a fundamental way. They exist in their own fantasy land. They exist in a capacity where nothing gets done. No one wants to take those first steps when they have a problem. They want me or other people that bother them to just know what they did wrong. They just want us to read your mind. You know, that's what they want from people like me, is to read their mind, to understand what pissed them off and to never do it again. You know? And I realized that in friendships, I shouldn't be sacrificing limbs, you know, fingertips, limbs, body parts, parts of myself that I am as a human being just to satisfy you so that you don't become offended because I feel like I'm walking on eggshells. I don't think a friendship is founded on dancing around eggshells. It's founded on a principle of mutual understanding and a mutual bond and interest. It's a 50-50, not a 95-5%. And people who believe 95% is the path line for true friendship, you're an idiot. And I'm going to say it as it is. You're an idiot. If one person is putting all the work into something, that's not a friendship, that's exploitation. And that will always be exploitation. You can't build a friendship on people doing everything for you and you doing nothing for them. And occasionally you quote unquote go the 95% of the way, but in actuality, you're only going about 12% to 15%. And while that's a lot more than you ever put into your normal commitment, that's not 95%. You're not willing to do enough unless you have some form of transaction that lets you know that they are worth that 95%. Transactional friendships are different than real friendships. See, a real friendship is hold the bar. I don't care. I'm going to come. If I had a friend who was in immediate danger, all bars stop. What I'm doing, I'm stopping everything. If I was in a, like, let's say that I have a friend who calls, who's like, he sends me a text message. I'm in the middle of streaming right now, right? Let's say it happens right now. He sends me a text message. He says, yo, you know, I'm near where you are. Dog, I just got into a car. I just got into like an accident. Like I managed to not get hit. I got hit by a car and my leg is broken and I'm panicking. Dog, I need you to run down here. Like, dude, I'm freaking out and stuff like that. I'm like, I'm stopping everything I'm doing. I'm not letting anybody know what the fuck's going on. I'm stopping everything I'm doing. I'm saying, hey, I gotta go instantly. I'm not even gonna switch over to the streaming ending soon shit. I'm just blasting that shit. I'm done. I'm booking it. I'm putting my shoes on. I don't give a fuck. I'm running out there. I'm running to wherever the fuck he is, keeping him on the phone, keeping him calm, getting over there, and then calling, you know, maybe somebody that I know to drive him over there, or 911 to get an ambulance. But, you know, everybody knows how ambulances are. You know, keeping him, checking on him, making sure he's good, all that stuff, bringing him anything he needs, and, you know, trying to get him to safety and stuff like that, and doing everything I can. If I get a friend who's like, dude, like, if I had a friend who is, like, on the verge of game ending, and he ends up messaging me, and he's like, dude, I just need somebody to talk to. And I'm on stream, ending that shit instantly. If I was just randomly just doing something, I'm just gonna call them. I'm gonna sit there. I'm gonna talk with them. I'm gonna be with them. I'm gonna do everything in my power to help them. It does not matter. I don't care what's going on. I will do that. If I had a job and I was working in the middle of shit, I don't give a fuck. I'm stopping what I'm doing and I'm going to help them. I'll do what I can because I prioritize my friends over all else, their feelings, their interests. That is what I care about the most. And it's always been that way. I'm always reaching out to people, always asking if they're okay. And when I stop doing that, and I don't message you anymore, and I don't care to message you anymore because I'm too afraid to message you, or I think that, you just, something went wrong and I can't express it, and I just stop, that's, to me, a major stain. That's a check mark. Because that's a tall tale sign of something going wrong. When you ghost somebody, you're not saving anybody. You're not doing them a service. You are actively hurting them. Ghosting anything, anybody, anyone is wrong. End of story. It's just wrong. Well, I don't want to hurt their feelings. You're going to hurt their feelings worse by leaving them with open-ended questions that they have no idea what they did wrong. They don't know what's going on. They don't have any inclination of anything other than the fact that you just abandoned them. You left them alone. And it is the most fucked up thing you can do to somebody. Because that just shows the lack of empathy you have for a person. That's a lack of care at all. You can be the best person in the world to a lot of people, and people can see you as a really good person, but when you do something like that, that's a mask-off moment. That is an instantaneous red flag. That is something that you should never do to people, because imagine that happening to you. Imagine happening to you. One day, your best friend just stops talking to you. You ask them, yo, what's up? Is everything good? They never say anything. You got other friends, and then they seem all like happy dandy, happy-go-lucky, and everybody's living a happy life together. And then all of a sudden, you just wonder, what the fuck? And now everybody else around them, they're also leaving you, and you don't know what you did wrong. You, wonder what the fuck's going on, and for the rest of your life, you will forever wonder what the fuck. And that's kind of the point. When you use that as a strategy, ghosting isn't a nice way to end a friendship. That is a way to manipulate somebody. That is a way to hold something over their head. You have the information, the closure for them to end that chapter in their life, and you're holding that over their head as a way to say, yeah, you're never getting this, buddy. You will never have this. And that is the most fucked up thing. If I am just sick and fucking tired of dealing with the person, or I just have to say something, I'm going to say it to them. I don't sugarcoat anything. Because sugarcoating things all it does is lead people to not ever understand anything. Beating around the bush does not solve a problem. Instead, it just leads people into just more and more headaches. It just leads people to having more and more divisive conversations and just confusions and etc. and all these things. And it's why I personally am bothered by that type of thing. I established that I care for firmly planting my foot in this and say communication is the most important. If you can't communicate with me when there's a problem and you can't communicate in general, I don't think that friendship's going to work out. And that's okay. And that's normal. I've established a boundary, and if you're not comfortable with that boundary and we can't work something out, then it's just not meant to be, right? That's normal. It's normal to not mesh well with people after a while. Sometimes people change. Sometimes people move on to bigger and better things, or move in a different path line than you. It's normal to expect that, but people don't want it to be normal. They want a villain. They want a role, somebody to play the bad guy so that they can feel like the good guy and move the fuck away with their life, because they don't want to have that guilt in their heart. They don't want to feel that egregious stabbing in their chest. Like, I did something wrong. I don't want to feel this. I hate this. And the reason you hate it is because you're guilty. You feel guilt. Their consciousness is kicking in. That's what that is. And if you don't want to feel that, then don't do anything wrong in the first place, right? If you don't want to feel guilty, then don't be guilty in the first place. Don't do something that'll make you feel guilty. Do the right thing. It's not that hard. It's not that complicated. Communication isn't this taboo, evil quality that people make it out to be. And no, you can't use the "I'm an introvert" as an excuse. Even the most introverted people are very communicative. There's a lot of introverted people that will communicate because they're one of the first people that would understand that more than anybody else. You cannot use "I'm an introvert" as an excuse for your shitty behavior. You can't use "I'm an extrovert." You can't use "I'm autistic." You can't use neurodivergency, any of that shit, as an excuse for your shitty behavior. It just doesn't work. And if you use it as an excuse, that is an embarrassment. You're embarrassing. If you use, "I don't like what this person said, but I also don't want to talk about it because I'm mad." That's an excuse. You're making excuses. You just don't want to talk. Maybe you just don't like them because your opinion on them is completely obscure. Again, I had that opinion on Kirk, right? And Kirk, for those people who don't know, he's not a great person. I'm not even going to lie. He's had some very fucked up history of stuff he's done. And no, just because he has a charity does not mean that he's a good person. There are a shit ton of companies that donate to charities and have charities that have been proven to be pretty bad. Do I need to talk about the completionist? Because there's another one over there that has a big problem, right? With all the shit that happened over there and plenty of fucking things. Just because you have a foundation that gets donations, you know, shitty asshole people can donate to charity to make themselves look like good people. It's a strategy, by the way. It's a strategy in politicians to do that too. So it's not a fucking saving grace to own a charity and to quote unquote help people. I feel like that's a misconception because people go like, well, Mr. Beast helps people because he uses all this money to do this. It's like, yes, but he also exploits people because he needs the money. But like, he also does a lot of shady business practices and a lot of other things. He works with people that have bad business practices and are genuine scammers like Logan Paul, for example. The guy who literally has multiple scams under his belt, lives in Puerto Rico, my fucking people's country, by the way, to get away from taxes. Does a good person do that? No, that's a fucking shitty human being that tries to avoid all the things. Yeah, no one likes fucking taxes, but the way when you do this so that you can get away from all the shielding of all these other problems by hiding in an ecosystem that's already struggling with their own systems and then being the one rich person that can ruin the entire economy there just because you don't want to pay taxes is a fucked up thing to do. Regardless, end of story, it's just really fucking annoying. And with that being said, it's just super stupid. A good point of view I recently got revealed to me: the good basis to any relationship, family, platonic, or romantic, the goal shouldn't be to compromise. It should be collaboration, working towards something positive where you both win instead of both losing somewhere. That's a very good way of like expressing it. Because that's what I mean by the 50-50. It's a 50-50. You meet somebody halfway. Because if one person is pumping themselves to go above and beyond always for you, you fall flat. It strains that friendship. Over and over and over again, somebody's making sacrifices for you. No one should make so many sacrifices. You shouldn't be comfortable with somebody making that many sacrifices for you. You shouldn't be being like, yes, keep doing it. Yes, please give me more. And waste all of your money and time. It's disgusting. It's disheveled, and it's just bad behavior. No matter what relationship you're in, any relationship, understandably, it is a collaboration. It's not a compromise. It's a collaboration. It's teamwork. It's a mutual understanding. It's a bond forged through hard work. Friendships are hard to keep because it is a balance, a fine line of a give and a take. You give, you take, you give, you take, you give, you take, but you never take too much and you never give too much. It is a harmonistic balance to create genuine friendships. And those friendships will be tested and strained.
And it's about what you do in those friendships and what you do in those situations to help benefit everybody, not just yourself, but everybody. When things are going south, when things just aren't meshing, you've tried to figure out the best outcome to help everybody. And sometimes the best outcome is to end a friendship. Sometimes friendships just don't work out. Instead of trying so hard to consistently keep it going when it's not working, maybe the best step to take is to end the friendship. Mutually end the friendship. Talk with them and say, hey, I just don't think this is working out. We've tried a lot of things. I think that we're just going down separate paths. It's a hard thing, especially because if the other person has a hard time letting go, they're afraid, they're wondering what they did wrong, and you just need to be honest. Maybe one day you can come back and be friends again, but that's the big thing. Ending it respectfully. This is why relationships end so poorly, is because somebody has to be an enemy, a villain, a bad guy in order to be, or a bad woman, you know, got to put the gender specifics apparently, or somebody will have a fucking Twitter fit. Because I'm just using guy as a general term. It's not meant to be specific. Because bad guy is like a universal thing. You're a bad guy. You're a villain. You know, again, point still to the point. What I'm trying to make is, again, it's all in that perspective. It's all one person is bad, one person is good. There's no nuance. There's no gray line. It's all black and white. It's bad and good. And it sucks because, again, there's nuance to situations. When I look at, you know, things like past collaboration partners, I see them today as not friends, but like acquaintances. At this point, I see them as as that. Because, again, I've established my boundaries, and I'm going to be realistic. Like, maybe I'll have that conversation with them that one day, but I don't think they care, and that's fine. I think that they understand that. I think that they've already made that assumption, and personally, that's fine. So, again, they're just, you know, people that I met that are, like, acquaintances. I can occasionally hang out with them, maybe, you know, but most of the time, I'm just kind of going to be in and out. Really, it could be months, years, whatever, and that's kind of the thing, right? And that's fine. I think people should understand that that's okay. That should be normal. That should be okay to do. That should be a normal situation for people. And sometimes it's just not. You either are, all of you are friends or all of you are enemies. It's not how it works. Sometimes you just have acquaintances. And if you're not comfortable with that, like I'm not, then having those acquaintances, you know, for me, it's like I would rather have friendships, but I'm okay with acquaintances, but I prefer those friendships. And even though I'm not necessarily okay with it, I understand it and I know where it comes from, and it's perfectly normal, and I'm happy. Because again, it doesn't matter. Does it suck? Does it hurt? Does it burn? Does it sting? Abso-fucking-lutely does it sting, it burn, and it hurt. Because when I thought I was making connections, instead I put too much effort into something and hurt myself again. I tripped over myself, essentially. But this time, I'm able to take a step back. Instead of being emotionally charged and hurting, I take a step back and I look myself in the eye and go, stop. It's okay. We're good. Because unlike a year's worth of friendships, I'm more in line with understanding. I've come to terms with the idea that not everything works out, and while it sucks and it burns and it's gonna hurt for a very long time, it's okay because genuinely no one's a bad person. Again, nuance. It's a gray line. There's 1,000 reasons what it could be. I can only make speculations, and unless I'm proven otherwise by somebody telling me the truth, I don't know, and that's okay. It's gonna suck, and I'm gonna be left with those open-ended questions that, you know, and again, that part's not okay for me. That part is the thing that kind of made me angry and will always make me angry because it shows a lack of empathy. And I don't like people that show lacks of empathy. When somebody's clearly distressed, to ignore them
is to show a genuine lack of care. And only when you have something transaction-wise is when they care, is why I get so iffy about it. Maybe that's not the case, but to me, and the way that I perceive it right now, that is the way I see it. And it made me mad. And I'm not going to lie, it made me mad. But what am I going to do about it? Nothing. I'll just say, okay, if that's how it is, acquaintances is more than normal. Maybe collaboration partner here and there from time to time, whenever it feels like it. But in the end of the day, there's nothing I can do. All I can do is move forward and try to find people to make connections with. To truly find people that I want to hang out with, to care about, instead of being alone and only show up when I'm useful enough in my eyes. And that's how I see it. And it's hard not to. And I think a lot of people don't really understand that. And I feel like a lot of people think like I'm just saying, oh, they're fucking assholes. It's no. It's called business. It's normal in the business industry. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just when you care so much about business, you lose track of everything else. This is why I try so hard not to care about the numbers. And why I care more about the connection. When I reach my hand out to somebody, and I'd rather just meet the person eye to eye than what can you offer me that I don't have already? I don't want to do that. It's like, what's your influence? How many numbers do you have? I don't want to care about those things. I want to look at the person and say, who are you? Will we mesh well together? Maybe. But I'm going to also stop what I'm saying for a little bit so I can go pee real quick. I gotta pee, dog. I got my thingy. I went to the bathroom. I'm all good. So, as I was saying, sorry. Getting all situated. Like, what I'm, getting at is, it's okay to be acquaintances. It's okay to do things in that manner. It's okay to make business connections. It's okay to do those things. But when you're not concise and clear, and you make it out like you're being friendly and friends when you're just not, it can be very manipulative, whether you want to believe that's what you were doing or not. When you don't make it clear what's going on, you can mislead somebody very easily. Especially when those people establish clear as day fucking, sorry, I use fucking as like a you know that thing when you do when you're trying to think of the word you're trying to say, so you put fucking in the middle of it, so because you're just trying to think. That's what I just did. Trying to, what's the word for it? When you establish, like, you establish, like, your boundary. The sentence enhancer, yeah, pretty much. The sentence extender. You... And this is how I feel. Like, again, when I establish something, and I make it clear every damn time. With people. New people all the time. It's the first thing I do. With stream people, I make it so clear. With streamers, or content creators, or viewers, or friends, or, like, new people in general, I always make it fucking clear. Like, I make it clear who I am, what I do, and what my boundaries are, because I feel like it's important to be honest. Be open. I also do this as a test. That's another thing I do it for. And I feel like a lot of people don't understand what I mean. I understand that, like, because there's a lot of people that actually legitimately don't understand what I mean when I say that I also use it as a test. And what I mean about it, by the way, is that I'm testing you. I'm testing out who you are as a person. I'm getting a feel for you, okay? It may come off as scummy, but again, I've been burned, I've been hurt, and I've been scarred many times by, like, people doing shady things. A lot. And I've come to the terms with basically not everybody is a bad person, but there's a lot of people that I will not mesh well with, even though I think I will, because my interactions with them feel genuine. But I test you. And what I'm testing you for is if you're listening to me. I'll tell you my boundary. I'll tell you a story, or I'll tell you what makes me uncomfortable when we have a conversation. You know, usually I just kind of like throw it in there and stuff like that, here and there. And I see if you're listening and you truly understand. Because there's always two types of people. There's the people that hear me, and then that splits off, right? It splits off into two new branches. So the first tree is the people who do hear me and listen to me and actually hear me. That splits off into two new branches. And then the other one, if they don't hear me, and that spreads off into two other branches. And the first branch of actually hearing me are two situations. Always happens without fail. Number one, they hear me, they understand that, they still do it anyways. Or they use it. It's a two-way point. They either understand it and they still do it anyways, clearly hearing me but not caring, or B, hearing me and then using it as an exploitation to hurt me, and it's usually one of those two. Right? And then in the opposite half, is on the other bottom tree of that same tree, is essentially they hear me, they listen, and they don't try to do those things. Now, it can happen occasionally, but they're willing to have that conversation. They're willing to talk. And that's where the big change comes from. To find the person that hears me, listens, understands, and still is willing to have a conversation when something happens, that's hard to find. And then you have the other tree where they don't listen to me, they don't understand, they do it anyways, and then they get another tree branched out on that one. They either get mad at me, or they get depressed at me and start using guilt-tripping cards. And then on the other bottom perspective is that they don't hear me, they didn't listen, but they still have empathy, and they go, "Oh, dude, I'm so sorry. I don't remember that, blah, 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 blah," and they have a conversation with me anyways. See, on both perspectives, there's always still a silver lining. And there's also just still a red flag on both perspectives, on both sides. Because it's not that simple. Just because you're not listening to me doesn't mean that you're going to do bad things. There's always a reason why, right? Maybe I repeat myself 1,000 fucking times. Maybe you're in the middle of a video game and we're doing a crazy amount of shit and you just can't hear me. I don't know. Right? But I pay attention to those things. Now, I may be stupid. And I may be an idiot. But I'm damn good at keeping my eye on things. And getting a good feel for the room. And getting a good feel for your character. And based off of what you do, that's when I make my choices. I give multiple chances too, because I like to have a conversation. I don't want to treat people immediately like a bad person or immediately differently. I like to give opportunities because, again, it's not one-sided. I make the effort, I reach out, and I do these things because I care and I want to try to understand what's going on. From there, it's up to them. I can't force people to do shit. I can express myself. I could say 1,000 sentences about everything and send you a shit ton of messages about exactly why. I've done that before because I was in a panic attack mode once before and had done that. And people just treated me like a fucking lunatic, fucking evil person for being genuinely concerned and confused and then being upset when things were going crazy, and then me being justifyingly angry about all this shit, and just all the things that I did say were correct and I was right, and they realized that I was right and they just got mad at me for it. Again, I've had this happen before. The reason I do the things I do aren't just random. I don't do these things because, oh, I'm random, or I'm like too serious and over like this and that. I do these things for a reason. I say the things I do for a reason. Except usually when I'm streaming, because I'll just talk what's on my mind, because that's another part of it. I do talk and say things that just happen to be at the top of my mind, but I also do think about things, and I do have prerequisites in my mind that I do in case of certain things, and it doesn't always happen, right? But if I say something, my brain goes, oh, how would they react to this and that, and I kind of overthink at some point. But there's a lot of things that I do because I need to understand. I need to know somebody. I want to get to know somebody. I'm getting to know you, not you, the content creator, not you, the viewer, not you, this or that. I'm getting to know you. I'm looking at you, not at my screen, not at my voice call, not at your model, not at your webcam. I'm looking at you directly. The human being, your very soul is what I'm paying attention to. As weird as that sounds, I pay attention to the very essence of a person. Your essence is different than the mask you wear. I've paid too much attention to the mask and the person you want to be. And I've realized that I need to pay attention to the heart and soul of a person to really understand. Because I'm not I'm tired of feeling like shit for doing nothing. I'm tired of bending my knee for people so that they can be happy and they never want to compromise with me or work with me. They only want me to do things for them. And that's just not okay. And it'll never be okay for me. That's a very big thing. That's why, again, friendships are so fundamental for me. They'll always be fundamental for me. They'll always be the most important idea, not asset, fucking, like, aspect. That's what the word. It's like aspect for me. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. Aspect. The most important aspect that I look for. I look for people that I can like get to know. Like maybe fucking one day just go out and actually meet them IRL and hang out, do things, go to conventions and just dick around. You know, I look for those types of people because those are the genuine people. Those are the people that I can know that I don't have to put on a fucking show. Just, I don't want to be a dancing monkey is what I'm fucking saying. I'm not your dancing fucking monkey for your entertainment and for your chat's entertainment. I am here because I want to be here. I want to have fun. And yeah, I might be a dancing monkey because I'm just goofy by nature and I like to hang out and have fun. But I'm also not that at times. I'm very serious. I'm very real. I'm very forward. I'm very coming and all these other things. And I'm very much a lot of different things. I'm a human. That's what I am. Behind the avatar is a human being. And I feel like even content creators forget that. And I feel like not only content creators, but friends forget that. Strangers, viewers, everybody forgets that. Everybody forgets that behind every moment, there's a human being. And to forget that part is to forget the humanity we have in ourselves. To forget the human nature. And it's why I try so hard to make friends, not acquaintances. I'm okay with acquaintances, and I keep having to reiterate this because I feel like people will just be like, no, you don't. It's like, I do. I'm perfectly fine with acquaintances if they're willing to say, yeah, I just want to hang out, you know, only for content. And while I might, if I feel like you're just exploiting me for that, yeah, I might cut you off instantly. But that's my choice. Even if you're coming forward, I appreciate you coming forward, and I won't treat you like an asshole. I won't treat you like a freakazoid. I won't treat you like somebody who's mask on, and then has a mask off moment. I'll treat you like a person who didn't have a mask on at all. A person. Because you were forward with me. You came to the truth. That doesn't mean that I'm going to accept you and just automatically collaborate with you all the time. Because that might not be something that I'm willing to do, and I feel uncomfortable with that sometimes. And I think it's just really important. You know what I mean? Hello, RFL. Welcome. I'm doing fine. We're just having a serious talk. Sometimes I just sit down when I play very chill games. And we just kind of just sit down and just talk. And just kind of just discuss things. If that makes sense. Sometimes I'm just relaxing and we just talk and, you know, and just sometimes, you know, I don't go zany wacky like I was during Doki Doki because Doki Doki Literature Club, I have to read a lot. So my brain just starts going fucking loopy and fuck. Because again, I just having fun with that game. I love just reading visual novels and stuff like that. I can't wait to do more. I have plenty of visual novels I want to read and just be fun with. I can't do some of them on Twitch because they're banned on Twitch, unironically. Did you know that all of the, what's it called? Fuck, I own almost every game in the fucking thing. Oh yeah, Sakura games. You know, Sakura Angels, Sakura Beach 2, Sakura Clicker, Sakura Dungeon, Sakura Fantasy 1, Chapter 1, which I don't think even got another chapter. Oh no, it got Sakura Succubus 2. That's pretty cool. You're good. But yeah, Sakura Nova, Sakura Santa, Sakura Shrine Girls, Sakura Space, Sakura Spirit, Sakura Swim Club. I would love to play those games, but I literally can't. RF, arigatou gozaimasu for joining the Shakuza. Thank you. I really, like, enjoy, playing games. I really enjoy, like, the experience. Visual novels are always fun. That's why I kind of get zany and wacky. But, again, what I was talking about earlier with the whole friendship stuff and whatnot. Woo! The whole friendship thing that I was talking about, you know, before. One of the most important aspects of that, to me, is being genuine. It's a 50-50. If you're not willing to go halfway with me, I don't really treat that like you're my friend. I treat that like either you're an acquaintance or you want something from me. You know? You either want to exploit me or you're just somebody here for a different purpose. You're an acquaintance. Again. Like you're an employee, like we're both employees at a company. I respect people that are honest and tell me the truth. Whether or not how I react to that doesn't matter. If you're willing to tell me the truth and I just go, yeah, I'm just not comfortable with that, but thanks for telling me telling me the truth. I appreciate that, gang. You know, that's basically it, right? Basically, that's all that fucking matters to me. It's like, yeah, I just wanted to collaborate with you because you got a lot of numbers and got a good chunk of viewers. That's kind of all I wanted. The reason why you had more like followers than me, and I just kind of wanted to leech off of that. I fucking respect that at the bare minimum. You know what I mean? I love Tears of the Kingdom. It was one of my favorite games because of the open world and all the stuff you could do. I love streamers who play it. Yeah, I play this. We're trying to finish this game. Because we're already halfway through the 4 stages of the game. I don't have a whole lot of heart, so the next thing I need to do is grind for all of the shrines to get enough hearts after we complete a few this next area. Because before I go do the final zone for the main events, I would like to be able to collect the remainder. Why do you have a gun? I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? I don't see no gun. I only see a bow. I see a bow and a bow and a bow and a bow. I don't see any guns. I don't know what you're talking about. Nope. No. No. I see a rock thrower. I think it's called a slingshot. I too see a slingshot. The fuck even is this? Is that a bomb? Okay, I see nothing. I am joking. It's just mods. Is that gonna hurt me? Yeah! Oh. Yeah. Whew. Made it.
Whoops. Up.
What's in here? A spicy elixir! Mmm.
Oh no! Uh-oh. I'm gonna get hit by this.
Oh, how the hell do I get out of this one? Uh-oh. Ah! Wait. Can I... Okay. Hold on. Drop a pepper. Can I just do this? No. It won't let me. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. So I have to go to the hospital. Oh, I hope everything's okay. And you have a good sleep. How do I get out of this one? I don't know how to get out of this one. Ooh. Oh. You're so right. I keep forgetting I have this power even though I've used it before. Why do I always forget I have that power up? I'm like, I gotta think about this logically and find a way to go around and use just go up, idiot. Fuck. Now I have the thing. Nice. You have a good night, get some good sleep, and I hope everything goes okay tomorrow. Awesome. I can't wait to go back and play Breath of the Wild as well, because we're going to do another playthrough of that, and I got like a bunch of editing I want to do for it. I guess I'll finish my last statement as well. Because I've been rambling about that statement as well. The whole friendship thing, again, I care about friendships. Those are the most important to me. If the content creator wants to be just an associate, you know, and just business, like, connection, right? And they're honest about why. Like, I thought you were funny. You seem like a really good collaboration partner. I think that it would go hard, blah, 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 blah. I'd appreciate that. You know? More than anything in the world. Excuse me. I don't mind, right? I really don't. I just think that, in the end, if you are a person that tries very hard to oh, this would have looked so hard if I could get... I might have to find a way if I can get this one dyed. Because this one would be one of my favorite ones if I could actually get this color dyed. Because damn, does that one look good. Because every other one's colored. I don't know why that one's not. It's just this one. Where's the Gatsu sword? I don't know what that's. Because I dyed my hair for this one. Oh no! Ice dudes! That one turned into fire. I guess maybe because I shot it and the heat from the thing? Gotcha. Like, ooh, the lag. Ooh, the frames. Ooh, the frames. Where'd they go?
Yeah.
No, the frames. They caused me to... why are the frames so bad here? A bomb. A bomb. Fucking missed. Goodbye. Don't give me the arrow. Shock fruit is literally a lemon. Exactly. It's a lemon. A lemon that shocks the fuck out of you. Okay, see, he's over there. So first things first, we're gonna come back to the lookout real quick. We're gonna come back to the lookout. Lemon! Oh no! The blood moon. It rises. Not the blood moon. No. Hat. The pants. The blood moon. It rises. Rise, my child. Rise. A fragment! Shooting star. Offer me pose. We got so many weapons to choose from. I love how... you know what's kind of weird? What happened to the ancient weapons? What happened to the elemental weapons is what I'm more curious about. Yeah, his name is Griffith. I wonder what happened to the elemental weapons. Because I don't think decay would have just, like, the decaying of the weapon, of all weapons, would have necessarily damaged the elemental properties of the weapons. And what happened to all of our bomb arrows? That's another thing I got really confused about. I was like, where'd the bomb arrows go? Where'd all that other stuff? They never really truly explained it. His name changes when he goes by. Yeah, everybody just calls him Griffith, though. I don't think anybody really calls him any other name. Got a bunch of Dark Souls weapons, Dragon Slayer, Kirito swords, a kunai, Heidan's scythe, Samihara sealed, Samihara lunacy. Dude, Samihara lunacy has 100 damage. Crimson spear, fanged, frying pan, a banana, the bow of light, magical sword, the white sword of the hero, the fighter's sword, the sword of antiquity. Oh, banana. Also, one last thing, because it's on my mind. I just really want to say this really quickly. The reason I talked about, like, friendships and stuff like that, and all that other stuff, right? Everything that I mentioned today about all the stuff that I feel personally and right now, it's because, I'm not gonna lie, I feel really sad. Like, it was just eating away at me. And, I feel like after opening up, especially when I was incredibly vulnerable, again, after I was just not okay, when I was hit with essentially the exact same thing that happened again. And even if that's not the intention, that's the outcome. And I think it hurt a lot. And so it's been on my mind. And so I've been trying to very heavily generalize my statements. Because I don't want to mean to offend, but instead mean to have a reasonable conversation. To come to a better understanding and a better outcome, instead of making it sound like pointing a finger or blaming other people when that's not what the intentions are. It's to let out the emotion, the feeling in my heart, so that I can finally just stop. And it may come off as just really bad, but it's something that I do because deep down I need to talk. My heart tells me I need to have that conversation. And I wish things were different. I wish I didn't have to feel so alone. The reason I'm streaming so infrequently, because people may notice that I stream at really random times for no reason. It's because it's one of two situations. I'm getting the stream ready and something crashes or something breaks, or I'm working on a thumbnail that takes a little too long because I'm dedicating myself to making that thumbnail for YouTube. Because I have to make YouTube thumbnails, by the way. That is a big thing you have to do, because obviously when it'll pick something random, but when you first upload it or whatever. But I like to make sure that there's an actual thumbnail for every single one. So there's that too. And other times it's just really hard to find a reason to get up every day, because I wake up and I'm alone. What normally I would be able to do is hang out with somebody, have a conversation, talk, or, stream with people or something. Have, like, a sense of friendship and community, not to feel alone. And when I do feel alone, I feel like shit. When I feel at my worst, I feel like, usually I just don't feel great. And, so I've been having a harder, excuse me, I know I'm freaking out, it's just my eyes itchy. I feel like I kinda lost, like, a lot. And when I thought that I started to be able to pick myself up, I realized that I didn't. And I actually was still exactly the same as I was before. And going from being able to talk to people again to going to talk to no one again almost instantly really stung, and it really hit me hard. Guess I should buy bombs. I could always just farm for them, but I could also just farm for Pose. And so when I say, like, I understand where these things come from, and it's fine. I'm not offended. I'm not angry, per se, at people. I'm just more disappointed. Jesus Christ, that's so loud! Every time I turn you down, you turn back up! I guess you could say that I'm more disappointed. More at myself, I guess, realistically. Like, I'm more disappointed in myself than anything else. I opened myself up too much. I felt like I said too much. I thought that I thought it was for me, it felt like it was safe again. I was being able to move on and meet new people and make genuine connections. But instead was not that. And there's no malice towards what happened. At least I don't think so. But that doesn't mean it still doesn't hurt, if that makes sense. And it really did take a toll. And I just was pretending it didn't. And I realized it took a massive toll. And so I tried to talk. You know what I mean? I tried to talk to let out those feelings, those emotions that were bothering me because I had nowhere else to go. Being alone, it feels like I deserve it. A part of me has always had this feeling that I was always destined to be alone for all of my life. Growing up, I was treated like a failure, a broken record, an object that was needing to be repaired or be sent back because I was not correct, at least towards the family that I ended up being with for the majority of my time. And so I saw solace in meeting new people. Ow. I forgot to pull out the parachute. I saw solace in friendships. I tried hard to make friendships because I had a hole in my heart. I was treated as an outcast in my family for years of my life. And this is something I want to be honest. Where all this stems from. To be abandoned by your very own family because you were a broken record in their eyes, treated like nothing more than a paperweight object that just didn't do its job. An extra mouth to feed that was a freak in their eyes. And every day was scary to even be home versus to be at school or to be stuck in a mental home. Because I found solace there and comfort far away from them. I saw solace in other people and tried to make connections the best that I could with the knowledge that I had. I never got the opportunities to really build a childhood. I had to grow up fast, I had to grow up soon, and I never had the true opportunity to be a kid. I never got the chance to grow up like the way everybody else did. I had to grow up super early. Because if I didn't, I would have died. That's just a fact. And so I realized I try hard to please people when I shouldn't. I try hard to compensate for people when I shouldn't. I try to do everything for them and shield them from the pain that I felt because I felt a responsibility to do so. And that's not always a good thing, by the way. That can be very bad. And people can obviously not like that. And I've learned to let just things delete to fix that, by the way. What the fuck was that? Whoa. Whoa, encoding. Whoa. Whoa, buddy. Whoa. Whoa. OBS, chill. 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 Enough. No more encoding. Stop it. Damn. Oh my god, that was so scary. Now I know it sounds weird to say what I say. Because I just want to bring this last part up because again, I as a person am flawed. I'm a human being. I'm flawed. I recognize those things. And I say the things I say because I say what's on my mind. I say that every time. I just say what's on my mind. And what I say right now is, you know, it hurt. I was hurting. I opened up my doors too early. I reopened myself because I put my trust when I shouldn't have. I should have been more cautious. Because sometimes even the best of people can accidentally do something that they don't mean to do. And that happened. That exactly happened. My fears came true. And it hurt a lot. I don't blame anybody for what happened. Like, it just happens. Oh my god, damn! Not what I wanted to do. That was 2 seconds too close to a bomb. But, again, I think it's, just important. Way that fucking worked. There ain't no way that fucking actually worked. That was crazy. I was thinking about just leaving, but there were bombs everywhere and he hit them with his fire. It's like I didn't want to waste the bomb because I need them. Thankfully, bomb arrows being spawned in this dark area is just really nice. Nice. Again, I don't want to make it out to be like other people. Maybe, you know, I'm being more direct about who I'm talking about right now. And for a little bit I was. Because I want it to be understood that, like, what's been on my mind. It's not to antagonize or, like, point the finger at people. It's me just expressing how I feel. There's no malice towards it. If it feels like there's malice, then I apologize. That's not the point. The point of it is to express the feeling behind what's going on and to let go. Because that's just really important. And I wanted to say my piece. Because it's been really heavy on my mind and it's been really just fucking me up real bad. And it's been catching up on stream. I think it's just becoming more commonplace understood that there's something wrong. and people were catching on. And so I just want to be honest. I don't want to hide things. I don't want to pretend like I'm okay when I know I'm not. Because that just isn't healthy for stream, and maybe I should take a break, but at the same time, I really can't. I kind of have to do stuff. And that's what I'm here doing right now, is kind of basically just talking. Expressing and just letting people know. Because I don't like to sugarcoat problems. I don't like to pretend like I'm not suffering from something, because I'm human, and sometimes your streamer actually is just suffering from something random. They might be truly suffering, and you just might be like, not even know. You might not even know that's what's going on. Glad I had exactly enough arrows. Perfect. Ow. That's fine. It's only one. Unfortunately, there's so much gloom in the area that if I want to pick up any items in particular, it'd be pretty painful. I wonder if you could use puff shrooms on Ganon. If he'll actually be fooled by it. I don't think he will, because that'd be just a really funny, stupid way to get a backstab on him. He's like, ow, what the fuck? I'm just gonna Glock him. That would be fucking funny. Parry this, Ganon douche! That'll be the stupidest and awesome way to fucking fight his insanely difficult boss fight, is just to fucking pull out the Desert Eagle and shoot the fuck out of him. Oh, I forgot I don't have... Got him. So, again, when I say what I said, it's not meant in malice, it's not meant in hate, there's no hate. It's just letting out what's truly there, and to express how I felt, and how I feel. And hopefully be able to move on and finally just pick and choose, I guess, if that makes sense. I don't want people to think I'm, like, trying to start beef. I hate starting any of that shit. There's no beef to be started. I don't start beef, I just talk about things. What's on my mind, what I'm doing, etc. So, I just don't want to sound like I'm being rude or mean to people, but that's not my intention. I just want people to know the truth, realistically. Because sometimes being honest and telling the truth is really is just the best way to move on. And I, again, just got to be honest. Again, sometimes you just, when you ask something and you don't get an answer and you're left with your own headspace, it really does affect people, whether you want to believe it or not, especially when you have reiterated this before to them and they don't seem to take that seriously. You have to just build an understanding and a tolerance and just understand that it's just, at this point, it's being an acquaintance. And I guess, for people, just letting them know for me, it's fine. I'm not gonna be personally offended or angry about things, about that type of stuff. I'm just more disappointed and saddened, realistically. And that's basically it. And that I wish things were a little bit different. I wish things could have gone out differently. But they couldn't. And that's fine. And it'll always be fine. And that one day, things will change. Maybe I'll find new people to hang out with that I actually can genuinely hang out with. And I don't feel like I'm not really existing. But just wanted to reiterate that one time because it is 11 o'clock and I should probably go. Because, obviously, I've been here for a very long time. So, I'm gonna go. Thank you so much for hanging out. Apologies if we got way too serious, for way too long, and stuff like that. I promise that the next time we do Tears of the Kingdom, it won't be like that. I just wanted to get all my headspace cleared. And, I hope that everybody has a good day. Drink water. Have a good day/night. And, enjoy life. It's too short to just constantly be angry. Just learn to live with life and just try your best. You don't always have to be happy. You don't always have to be angry. You don't always have to be sad. Life is a complicated, mixed roller coaster of emotions. And it's okay to feel the way that you do. Just be yourself. And life will go on. And you will find your place in life. It will be hard. But know that one day things will look up. It's hard to say that, but it does happen. It just takes its toll in its time. Okay. Anime outro. I gotta have to replace this soon because, again, it causes copyright, obviously. Duh. It's a copyrighted song. Duh. Funny enough, the transition slides, they don't have any issues with that. It's just this song in particular. But, not too crazy. Okay. Bye-bye. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. What the fuck?